This is the first event in Slovenian Guest of Honor Pavilion. Here you will have set of events for next 5 days, and do drop by and join us in very interesting events which we prepared. But for the beginning this morning, we are introducing the Manifesto on higher level reading, which was prepared as one of the backbones of the Slovenian Guest of Honor program, because we have in our focus 2 book categories, philosophy and poetry, which require high level reading. And we wanted with this manifesto to stress that it's really important to read complex books in complex times if we want to understand them. And books bring something to us what screens don't. And we want to stick to this message. And with this, I would like to invite to the stage Jürgen Boss, director of the Frankfurt Book Fair, to say a few words.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Thank you. Okay. If someone would ask me what's my favorite moment during this book fair, and I would have to say it's this moment, yeah, because this is what's dear to my heart, Miha. And this manifesto is so important to all of us because it has so many implications. We listened last night to Slavoj Žižek. We listened to Miljana. We heard a very quiet, poetic voice, and we heard a very loud voice, very dialectic voice. And I think it's important that we have to listen to these 2 voices. And we can only listen to these voices if we can read. Yeah? So the ability to reflect, to define ourselves in a society is so close to the ability to read. And I'm very thankful that Slovenia took this opportunity to create this manifesto. I'm very happy that my colleagues from the IPA are here supporting these initiatives. A lot of people do support it, and it's something which is not just this moment to speak about it, but this is something which needs to go on. And we need to bring it into, let's say, into the discussion, and yeah, the visibility of this manifesto is so important. So thank you so much to Slovenia for bringing this manifesto to Frankfurt. It's dear to our heart. Thank you, Miha. Thanks to all of you.
This manifesto could be also signed individually, and we got quite a few famous signatures below it. The first signatory is Margaret Atwood. We also got a signature by Slavoj Žižek, who is our main rock and roll star at this book fair. Olga Tokarczuk, the Nobel Prize winner in literature, signed it, and also Georgi Gospodinov, who is very likely somewhere here in the audience, the International Booker Prize winner. And of course, the manifesto can be signed at its website, which will be shown after the speeches. But for the beginning, I would like to ask our brilliant technicians at the back to show a short speech by Margaret Atwood, which we have on video. Please.
Hello, my name is Margaret Atwood, and I'm a writer, and I live in Canada. In-depth reading is necessary for the survival of democracies. Critical nonfiction teaches us how to think and how to make the best available decisions based on our thinking. Complex novels help us to understand that there are many different kinds of people and many different personalities, yet all are human. We can learn why people may act and believe as they do, and why we ourselves may act and believe as we do, and even why politicians may act and claim to believe as they do. Democracies require informed citizens, citizens willing to contribute to the collective project that is their shared society. Higher level reading is key.
Now we go to short statements of our supporters, but first I would like to give the microphone to our biggest supporter in this crazy adventure of being guest of honor in Frankfurt, Asta, Vrečko, Minister of Culture for Republic of Slovenia. Please.
Hello, welcome, and of course, firstly, welcome dear colleague Claudia Roth for being here with us, and all of you, all of the guests, and thank you again for the work that you have done, for being the guest of honor here, and of course for the Manifesto. And as Slovenia has the role of a guest of honor at Frankfurt Book Fair, is not only a great opportunity for the authors, for our translators, illustrators, graphic designers, proofreaders, editor, publisher, and everybody that is involved in the process. Foremost, it is a very, very big responsibilities to all the readers, to all the words. And in the time of busy lifestyles and in the time of quick information, in time of conflict, and in this access to superficial and fragmented information, it's taking the time to read. It is a privilege. It is a privilege, and it's also our social and political responsibility. Reading longer and more demanding works of literature even more so. Reading of a higher level and in this way reaching a deep understanding of the material is crucial, as it allows developing important skills in individuals and in communities. Reading stories means diving into worlds and realities other than our own, widening and thinking spectrum of our vocabulary, and all this leads to developing true understanding of the other, growing in tolerance, staying open to the dialogue. Declining reading habits and abilities are a global phenomenon. The awareness of how important reading is, both for individuals and for the communities, are therefore the society as a whole. Slovenia, as guest of honor at the Frankfurt Book Fair, has chosen high-level reading as the main theme of Ljubljana Manifesto. And this document, written by our distinguished academics, Dr. Miha Kovač, our curator, our professor at the University of Ljubljana, is an acting and he's one of our, how to say, not only in Slovenia, but in Europe, one of the most prominent promoter of reading. He has published many books on it, and we are very grateful. And it's not only Slavoj that is a superstar, it is also Miha. And thank you, Miha. And thank all of you, and thank you for coming to Ljubljana 2 weeks ago to promote our manifesto, and thank you to all the media that are publishing the manifesto. And I really hope and believe that this will touch everybody, because in these times, this is even more important than it was before. Thank you so much.
I'd like to ask, I don't know if I will say your title properly, Minister...
Claudia.
Okay, well, actually we were in the same line of work in early 80s, but we should discuss this some other time. You Federal Minister for Culture and Media, is this correct?
That's correct.
Yes, please, Madam Roth.
Let me first of all thank you from the bottom of my heart, Slovenia, for what you are doing in these difficult times. In these difficult times, not to forget the natural catastrophe your country had in a few months ago, and your president yesterday said to me that 2/3 of the whole country was flooded. We should in Germany imagine what this means. 2/3 of a country is flooded, and I just said it. Your finance minister, your president did not say, okay, we have to cancel cultural activities. We cannot afford anymore to come to Frankfurt. We have to do our utmost with every money we can get for reconstruction. No, you decided to be here. You decided to be here, and you decided with this manifesto to contribute to our democracy. And I think that is really needed. We see that for the first time we have less democracies than authoritarian regimes. So we have to do something. We see the role of social media. We see that in Germany we have really problems that a lot of children cannot read. And if they read, it does not automatically mean that they understand what they read. So reading is what you said, Miha. This is really, you said, I make a citation once again. You said, reading teaches one to think. Reading teaches one to think, and a small nation in Europe must be able to think. Not only a small nation in Europe must be able to think. I think it's it's the prerequisite to be an active democrat, to intervene in democracy. And democracy lives that we are active. It's not far away, we are active. So we should do our utmost to promote your manifesto and to promote reading. And I think it's not a contradiction to the internet, but we should say that by holding fast to books without denying the immense progress brought by the internet and its potential for storing knowledge. So it is a reality, we have the reality, but on the other hand, it's good to have a book in your hand. And that I just spoke to my friend. I explained to her a little bit the first weeks of our Kulturpass in Germany. So it is an experiment. It's the first time we did it. And it is really that 50% of all what was achieved by it were books. So when I said I want to introduce a Kulturpass and the young people of 18 have to go to a bookshop to get the book, people said, oh, she's so old-fashioned, nobody of the 18s today would read a book. This is wrong. It is simply wrong. More than 250,000 books are already with the Kulturpass taken by the young people. Of course, many of them are comics, manga. That's good. And I just learned that you have very good comics. So let's do our utmost to bring it on the German book market so that the youngsters can do it. So I think this is quite clear. There is an interest, and we have the interest as Democrats to do our utmost that reading becomes a new, that it's in to read, not out. I think it's mega in to read, and therefore, if you allow us, in the name of the German government, I would like to sign the manifesto and to full-heartedly support it. And we both bring it on the European level. Yeah, of course, we have, in November, we have a meeting of the EU Ministers for Culture, and this could be a very good example because it also defines the role of bookshops, but also the role of libraries. And there's already an initiative of the Netherlands and Germany, and you are now at the lead, to say, okay, after Frankfurt, we have to do something in the EU to support also places where you can get books as a public contribution to our democracies.
Thank you very much. And I would like to give the microphone to Ernst Osterkamp, who is professor of Deutsche Akademie für Sprache und Dichtung. I would just like to steal 5 seconds to say a big thank you to you and to the Academy, because you really helped us a lot with preparing this program. German Academy is co-publisher of the Anthology of Slovenian Poetry, which is one of the backbones of our program. So thank you very much for all your help, and thank you for supporting the manifesto. Please.
Thank you, Miha, for having us. Es ist nicht ganz emotional, nicht ganz unproblematisch für den Präsidenten der Deutschen Akademie für Sprache und Dichtung bei so wichtigen Ereignissen auf Englisch zu sprechen. But this is how things are. And so let's start with an English quote. And that's by Sir Francis Bacon, who famously gave the advice, read not to contradict and confute, not to believe and take for granted, nor to find talk and discourse, but to weigh and consider. Well, that sounds easy, but do we, 400 years later, still have the skills to read like that? Then that's the big question we have. Our reading practices are changing in the wake of digitization. While the accelerated digitization opens up enormous opportunities, it also harbors considerable risks. Basic skills of in-depth reading are in danger of being lost, with consequences not only for the formation of cognitive abilities and the differentiated perception of content. It also has important consequences on democratic culture. Claudia Roth talked about that, in which the ability to distinguish between important and unimportant, rumor and information, lie and truth, seems to be increasingly lost. When, at the beginning of 2019, numerous reading researchers pointed out in the Stavanger Declaration on the Future of Reading in the Age of Digitization that the transformation of reading practices urgently needed increased attention, this was also an impetus for the German Academy for Language and Literature. Under the title, How We Read on Changing Reading Habits, writers, reading researchers, publishers, and literary mediators discussed at its fall 2019 conference the changing nature of reading media and reading habits and its consequences for literature, its production, distribution, and reception. The explosive nature of the consequences of digitization also determined the research perspectives of the third report on the state of the German language presented by our academy, together with the Union of the German Academies of Sciences and Humanities in 2021. Precisely because the use of digital media in education is often propagated as a problem-solving strategy, this report on language in schools also had to deal with the digitization of language education. It became clear that the digital transformation will also require completely new educational policies. One finding is striking. Schools are losing their privileged position as imparters of knowledge, but are increasingly being given the task of promoting the ability to critically assess the information available in the digital orbit and to develop the basic cognitive skills required for this, which brings us back to higher level reading. Language, in its various manifestations, the fundamental cultural practices of speech, reading, and writing form the core around the German Academy for Language and Literature develops its work. And they also form the foundation of the free and open exchange of a self-confident, informed, democratic public without whose resonating space culture cannot exist. So it is only logical that the German Academy for Language and Literature supports the Ljubljana Manifesto. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Karine Pansa, President of International Publishers Association. Please.
Thank you so much, Miha. It's my pleasure. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, honorable ministers of culture. The International Publishers Association fully supports this manifesto. The theme chosen by UNESCO for this year, World Literacy Day, perfectly captured the importance of literacy and therefore reading, promoting literacy for a world in transition, building the foundation for sustainable and peaceful societies. Literacy is the foundation for peaceful and sustainable society. This is the crucial role of publishing and publishers for the future. Let us start with the basic ability to read and the impact that can have on individual lives. Not only can people read to be entertained, they also can read for personal and professional development through education, and a world of possibility opens up for them. Successfully raising literacy rates requires the collaboration of multiple stakeholders: educational publishers, teachers, and governments. Governments are the major role to play, not only through their education policies, but also by developing and implementing book policies that take young readers from simply being able to read to wanting to read for pleasure. That's a good example here. Support policies are vital in reducing the barriers to this culture of reading. To name a few, book vouchers, fixed book price, and VAT policies that zero-rate books and are harmonized across all formats. Young readers now spend less time reading because of the range of entertainment they are competing for their attention. Literacy must remain high on government agendas. Book publishers like me must continue to work with great authors and illustrators to give children that joy and thrill of opening a book. But reading isn't just about entertainment or personal development. Reading is an indispensable way to understand the world around us, because it helps us to develop empathy for others and those in different situations to us. The empathy and mutual understanding can help to reduce conflicts. Publishers assume their responsibility for publishing a wide range of works from a range of perspectives adapted to readers of different ages. It is vital to recognize that literacy has to include the ability to question and to understand what we read in a broader context. This means media literacy and the ability to identify disinformation and fake news. This manifesto underlines that we need to make sure that readers of the future will be able to read text deeply, with a critical mind, and acknowledges that we need different formats. When IPA's Educational Publishers Forum looks at the issue of formats, they are technology agnostic. For them, it isn't about advocating a purely digital future because it attracts the headlines or sounds very sexy to politicians. Educational publishers are interested in what works, not digital versus print, but digital and print. So we understand what this manifesto is saying and why this is so important. The importance of reading is directly linked to our ingrained need to tell each other stories. The stories of our ancestors relied on to survive, and what we will rely to build a sustainable and peaceful future for our descendants. Thank you.
Burhan Sönmez is president of PEN International. PEN International helped us a lot in obtaining some signatures for it, so thank you. And please, a short statement.
Thank you very much. It's a big pleasure being here and being part of this important and historic initiative. When we say higher level of reading, and it's easy always to ask, what's the lower level? What kind of things can be put in that basket of lower level of reading? We can count it in many ways, starting from social media effects and to the political influence end. In my organization, in PEN International, of course we are the oldest writers' organization in global field. Our focus is not only on literature, but the freedom of literature. What it means. When we talk about reading and writing, it is in many places challenging. You can write about freedom of a woman. You can write about the abuse of children. You can write about LGBT people. But it's so dangerous in many countries nowadays. Michel Foucault resurfaced a term coined by philosopher Plato, the term parrhesia. Plato said a philosopher should think and speak everything he or she has in mind. But sometimes it's so dangerous. You have to speak against authorities of government or some groups, some communities. This courage in writing is called parrhesia. And today, in many places, from Afghanistan to Iran, from Russia to Uganda or Nicaragua or my own country, Turkey, unfortunately, writing doesn't need only skill of writing and also this courage. That's why we see so many writers, journalists, academics in prison, in many places, also in the graveyard, unfortunately. In Myanmar last year, a young poet, a PEN member, was hanged by execution after a court order. 2 members of PEN were murdered in Afghanistan. PEN member, Nobel Peace Prize winner Byalsky, been in prison in Belarus. So those people are the higher level writer and reader of literature for me. And second part of their activity or their practice is also to defend the independence of literature in the face of the influence of politics. Because politics, you know, the religion of the new age. In the 20th century, ideologies was dominating everything. In this age, now politics is the new culture. They would like to make decision on everything. But we literature writers and readers, we are very much jealous about our own language. We would like to protect our language. We don't want to be just shadow of political conflicts. When people kill each other in some places, we would like to voice people of both sides. We would like to, in my own country, when Turkish army kill my Kurdish villagers, I'm not only defending my mother tongue Kurdish, I also would like to defend the right of Turkish poets, Turkish women. Otherwise, we cannot create a united world beyond walls. Because war or conflicts, they would like to create enemies in the regions. They don't want us to sit like this and talk and sometimes fight friendly. They want us to hate each other. No. Literature is not for hate, for peace, for understanding each other, and maybe more, to love each other. Thank you very much.
Last but not least, the word goes to the authors of the manifesto. This manifesto has 4 authors who write it, and of course then many people contributed to its final version, but it was, let's say, drafted by Adriaan van der Weel and Tane Mangen, who are sitting here in the audience. and André Schüller-Zwierlein and myself, but as we are on German territory, we decided that André will speak in the name of the authors, but in the tradition of Frankfurt Book Fair, he will speak English.
Thank you, Miha. It's an honor to do that. Ladies and gentlemen, reading is not a basic skill. Learning to read is a lifelong activity. There are many reading skills that we do not learn at school and that are not acquired once and for all, but must be developed on an ongoing basis throughout our lives. Higher level reading, reading that goes beyond basic decoding and goes beyond information extraction, is our most powerful tool for critical thinking. It exercises metacognition, expands our conceptual capacities, trains our attention, patience, and cognitive empathy, confronts us with complex inferences, multiple information sources, and alternative versions of reality, actively challenging our own preconceptions. All of these are social skills, which are indispensable for informed citizens in a democratic society. This kind of reading is a main road to personal development and the foundation of lifelong learning. It is also a central dimension of social and political interaction. To participate as informed citizens in a democratic society, we need these higher level reading skills. It's especially long-form texts, such as books, that train us to test different interpretations, discover levels of meaning, find patterns and follow references, detect biases and contradictions, and to establish the sophisticated and fragile connections between text and cultural backgrounds. Without such training, we are ill-equipped to counter populist simplifications, conspiracy theories, and disinformation, and we become vulnerable to manipulation. Without such training, we are also unable to adequately appreciate and react to the complexity of our surroundings, especially the complexity of our fellow human beings. In social situations, such simplifications and reductions often lead to violence. Why is it necessary to emphasize this now? Firstly, the internet may foster more reading than ever in history, but it also offers many temptations to read in a superficial manner or not at all. Secondly, if 10% of the adult population suffer from low literacy, and a further high percentage is hardly able to understand longer, complex texts, if more than half of our teenagers say that they do not read for leisure, then our democracy is in danger, because a substantial part of the population isn't able or willing to appreciate the complexity of the world. That this situation hasn't been remedied earlier is partly due to the fact that reading is often regarded as a basic skill that can be delegated to primary schools. The complexity of reading, if perceived, is often regarded as a problem to be solved, rather than as a mirror of human complexity. A simplified view of reading disregards the multitude of different processes of human engagement with texts, the variety of readers with their individual skills and strategies, the psychological processes involved in reading, including such fundamental emotions as inspiration, the numerous barriers to reading, affecting children as well as adults, and the complexity of texts, whether deriving from language, from ideas, or from the human interaction involved. Finally, a simplified view of reading dangerously neglects to provide citizens of our democracy with the skills necessary to cope with rising levels of disinformation and manipulative discourse. Our ability to think critically is inextricably connected with the level of our reading skills. Critical thinking means, above all, that we are not satisfied with first impressions, that we do not trust our own first understanding. Understanding things is not a one-shot event. Critical, in its literal sense, means differentiating thinking, a thinking that is open to a complex world and doesn't require simple solutions. Critical thinking also is thinking that takes its time. Reading a long book means accepting that some things cannot be described or analyzed in a few sentences. Critical thinking means accepting that we do not ourselves immediately think or understand clearly, that we are rather most of the time hampered by prejudice and bias, by lack and loss of information, by manipulation and lack of skills. A critical thinker a critical reader makes time for this complexity. I've already pointed out in my book Die Fragilität des Zugangs that a world constructed to suggest very easy access to information desensitizes us to the fact that such access is actually difficult, arduous, and fragile. The very concept of information on which we've built the information society suggests that there's a package somewhere that just needs to be picked up quickly. Once you are thus informed, you can just sit back and relax. This idea, however, ignores the enormous range of our cognitive and linguistic behavior. Recent research in various disciplines has made clear how extremely vulnerable our thinking and language comprehension are. This makes close observation of our cognitive skills and practices indispensable in a democratic society. To focus on the widespread provision of information is not enough by far. This is all the more relevant because fake news and disinformation have increasingly been described as key societal challenges in recent years. On the scale promoted by digital media, they pose clear threats to democracy. Beyond literal disinformation, we're increasingly confronted with mirror discourses, counter-narratives, and conspiracy theories, which achieve their effects through the manipulative linking of real facts, the inverted use of historical terms, and a multitude of other rhetorical and linguistic mechanisms. The broad study of these specific techniques and the acute need for a multidimensional approach to disinformation are evident. This approach needs to include the broad promotion of higher-level reading as a foundation of cognitive resilience. Before I conclude, let me add my perspective as a librarian. Libraries, as I see them, are sanctuaries for such resilient practices, reading centers focused on concentration and critical thinking. In fact, libraries are the only designated thinking spaces our societies have. As such, they are indispensable. Library time is different, not a time of quick judgment, but of openness and deep penetration, of repeated reviewing of what we think we've understood. In libraries, we invest time. Libraries make clear that there's always more to discover, that it's not easy to gain access, that it's not easy to think clearly. Book reading teaches you to make time for complexity. The world is more complex than short information bites. People are more complex than that. Taking your time is thus a necessary social skill. Libraries must remain safe havens for such thinking. To conclude, an informed citizen without higher-level reading skills is a not yet sufficiently activated part of a democratic society. Texts are tools for thinking. Reading is a challenge, an engagement with human expressions and perspectives. Higher-level reading trains in central interpersonal skills. The future of reading thus affects the future of our societies, of living together. Confronting oneself with other perspectives and questioning oneself in dialogue, not just informing oneself, or worse, being informed, is the hallmark of a reflective, empowered citizen. A democratic society based on an informed multi-stakeholder consensus can only succeed with resilient readers. Policymakers in all fields need to be aware that reading is not a basic skill, but rather, as the 2016 European Declaration of the Right to Literacy puts it, a foundational skill that is essential for adults to function effectively in society as citizens, employees, and family members. In a shrinking free world, threatened by violence, authoritarianism, and populism, it becomes ever clearer that, as Emmanuel Levinas put it, freedom consists in knowing that freedom is in danger. Higher-level reading helps us keep this freedom. Thank you.
This is our website where you can sign the manifesto, but before we conclude, I would like to give a kind of a final word to Madam Minister, please.
Thank you so much for your good ideas and your arguments why reading is so important. But I remember in meetings I had in the last year conference, in the last year Frankfurt Book Fair, and in the Munich Security Conference with Sergei Jadan, for example, or with André Korkov, for example, or with a writer from Belarus. And they said all to me, they said, why don't you read our poems? Why don't you, as member of governments, why don't you read our books? If you would have read our poems, you would not be surprised what happened in Belarus, what happened in the Ukraine. So it's not only up to the children to read, but also to governments to read, because I think that those who are writing poems, those who are writing the books, comic writers, they are on the forefront. They can describe what's going on, what is increasing in a society. So it's also that governments in democratic states should read the poems, should read the book, should read the literature, because Putin is doing it, Erdogan is doing it. They know exactly how dangerous, from their perspective, these writers and these artists are.
Thank you very much. These were very nice words to conclude this session. So we stop here, and please join us at 11 o'clock at another discussion on reading here. Thank you.
Why? Dear panelists, dear audience, thank you for joining the panel entitled Trade the Brain, Book Reading and Critical Thinking. The connection between book reading and critical thinking lies deep in the field of book science, philosophy, neuroscience, sociology, and cannot give us a simple answer to the question how to train the brain and how to become a critical thinker by reading. But from a neuroscientific point of view, we do know that reading is a wonderful example of the brain's plasticity. What magical and complex processes are going on while we are reading. The ability of the brain to form newly recycled circuits permits us to learn and to create an inner space for our thoughts. Therefore, we can, without doubt, claim what we read, how we read, and why we read changes the way we think. And the quality of our reading is not only an indicator of the quality of our thoughts, it's our best, well-known path to become a better society. Nowadays, we read a lot. We have information at our fingerprints and smartphones in the pocket every minute. Knowing that, we should ask ourselves, what does the fact that almost a quarter of the European population cannot read long texts mean? Besides, recent studies indicate a decline of crucial high-level reading competencies. What does this mean for the future of our society and for the future of publishing? I'm glad to have the opportunity to discuss this topic with the prominent authors and professors. Dr. Adriaan van der Weel, an extraordinary professor emeritus of book studies at the University of Leiden. Dr. Mladen Dolar, a full professor and scientific advisor at the Department of Philosophy, Faculty of Arts from University of Ljubljana. And Dr. André Schüller-Zwierlein, director of Regensburg University Library. As mentioned in the previous panel, Ljubljana Reading Manifesto is discussing the significance of high-level reading. And even though many of us work in the book sector as researchers, publishers, or editors, we might first clarify the definition of higher-level reading. What is typical for high-level reading?
Well, if I may. High-level reading, that's the first point I'd like to make, combines practices with skills. The term represents a broad spectrum of reading practices and habits, which are important because habits and skills are connected, and skills, advanced reading skills. But what we start from in the manifesto is our perception that many people actually misunderstand the term reading, which is interesting in itself because it actually stands for the phenomenon we're talking about. You can misunderstand words. People misunderstand reading as a simple process and as just one process. They think reading is just decoding and or information extraction. And both these aspects are fundamentally very limited, and in that they are wrong. Reading is a multiplicity of processes. If you simplify reading, you neglect the variety of readers, the huge variety of psychological processes involved, like inspiration, the variety of barriers to reading, and the complexity of texts. So if you base your educational policy on that simplified view of reading, that is just one process, you will produce very bad readers. And the second misunderstanding, which in my personal view is even worse, is that many people think reading is a simple process. No, it's not. That simplified view of reading is based on the packaged view of information. There's somewhere in the book, there's a package entitled information. And if we, during the reading processes, we transport this package from place B, the book, to place A, the brain, and after we've done it, everything is finished. This fundamentally underrates the complexity and especially the vulnerability of the cognitive and linguistic processes that are happening. Let me make, just stop me, Alenka, okay? Let me try and make this a bit clearer. The simplified view of reading is just, you read the word door and you understand that there's a door there. The processes that we're talking about are not just reading things once, but reading and rereading, checking our own first understanding of things, checking for different meanings, checking presuppositions, realizing consequences of what is said, seeing biases and prejudice in the text, following references, complex reference throughout the text, establishing connections between different parts of the text, between different texts, between texts and cultural backgrounds, etc., pp. So we clearly see that there's a very close connection between reading and critical thinking.
Adriaan, would you let us go more in deep? I mean, what is so special with book reading that it fosters high-level reading and deep thinking? Isn't it the same when we are speaking, watching TV, swiping the screen?
No. Sorry. Is it on? Yes. No, it's very, very different, and it's of course different for the very reason that André already started pointing out, and which I think you also mentioned, and that is that we use a very different part of the brain. The brain being as malleable as it is, we train it to do something that is certainly not natural. We're not born readers. We have to be made readers, and that's why we have to go to school for so many years. It changes the way we think, and it makes one of the main things it does is it's an indirect channel between the linguistic content and our understanding of it. When you listen and when you watch, there's a direct connection. But in the case of reading, there's an indirect connection because you have to actually translate the marks on paper to linguistic meaning. And it's interesting that it's indirect because that is exactly why it is so different from listening and watching. And I think that we insufficiently realize this difference. When you talk about audiobooks, for example, they're called audiobooks, and the word book there, I think, is a bit of a misnomer. We're not really talking about books, we're talking about listening to stories or to content, but it's not reading a book, because the book needs that translation mechanism in the brain. So that, no, you can't equate reading with any other linguistic content.
Shall we move to the critical thinking? As you mentioned, deep reading, higher level reading is very important for critical thinking. Most of us think we are exercising actually critical thinking, but if we are honest to ourselves, we realize that we are doing so less than we imagine. We believe we allocate time to it later, which is probably more or less a wastebasket of lost intentions. Can you say something about that, Mladen?
Yes, thank you. First of all, I must say that I'm the odd one out. Here, I'm a philosophy professor, and my interlocutors are serious researchers in reading, and I have read the longer version of the paper, which is really extraordinary, very, very impressive. It gives proof to long-term and in-depth research of what reading today means. And I cannot compete with this. I come from a different quarter. But nevertheless, deep reading, higher level reading is profoundly a philosophical problem. And in philosophy, we don't have anything else. I mean, philosophy is higher level reading. Unless you have higher level reading, you don't have philosophy. And which means you have to spend a lot of time on a couple of pages of engagement of classical philosophical texts from Plato to whatever, Wittgenstein, Heidegger, Derrida. And being a philosopher, I will nevertheless point out to a paradox which stands at the beginning of philosophy. Namely, there was a great figure of Socrates. I mean, this towering figure to such an extent that the whole of philosophy is divided into the pre-Socratics and the post-Socratics, which are us. And Socrates, namely, didn't ever write anything, nor is any record of him reading. So we have this paradox. The greatest philosopher of them all, the mythical figure of philosophy, the founding father of philosophy, is somebody who doesn't write and who doesn't read. In Plato, in many of his dialogues, in the seventh letter, etc., he has a lot of misgivings against the very idea of writing. He thinks that with writing, philosophy will come to an end. And writing was, at that time, a sort of recent invention. I mean, writing was, okay, a couple of millennia old, but the Greek alphabet, the first documents in Greek alphabet are from 8th century BC. And philosophy emerged in the 6th century, so it was a sort of recent phenomenon, the idea to write down something. And Plato thought this is a profoundly suspicious activity, because the proper element of philosophy is the conversation in live voice, in immediacy of the presence. So with writing, you lose this. You lose this. You write down something, and this will. Who knows who will read that, when, where? You lose control over it. You lose control over writing. It's disentangled from the immediacy of a speaking situation, intersubjective situation. And second, the great danger of writing for Plato was the fact that it was seen as a crutch, an auxiliary instrument which works against memory. And Greeks had a great veneration for memory, for mnemonics. And you can see in Plato's dialogues, some people meet at the beginning of a symposium, I don't know, and the one says to the other, but you know that person who was present at symposium? And he says, yes, well, that person then told this story of symposium to another person, and now I will retell you the story. So there was a long oral history before Plato comes and writes this down. And this is important for Plato, that it had to be entrusted first in memory and before he could come to writing. And in a way, Plato is always writing with bad conscience. And there is a strange word in Slovene, which is izdati, which can mean to publish or to betray. So Plato published Socrates and he betrayed him. He betrayed him. Philosophy started by betrayal, by betrayal of that immediacy of the presence and the exercise of memory, which should be for Plato the true element. And I'm coming to the conclusion of this story. Of course, it was Plato's myth. If we didn't have writing, we would know about none of this. We wouldn't know about Socrates and all this story. We wouldn't know about the authentic ways of thinking that Plato was promoting. We only know this because of writing and the complexity it allows for, and the enduring character reaching over generations, times, and spaces, over millennia. And now we have actually the higher level reading of this text to get in touch with what was a mythical lost object of philosophy for Plato, which is an immediacy of a conversation and a memory, an incredible mnemonic thing so much admired by the Greeks. So now this is our best bet to get to philosophy.
Thank you, André. You have some thoughts about it?
I'd just like to add one more thought on Plato. In case people are wondering why we're mentioning Plato so often, he was mentioned even before, which I think is wonderful, mentioning people born 2,000 years ago. I think the core point of higher level reading is actually hidden in that critique of writing in the Phaedrus. Because why does Plato say writing's bad and a conversation is good? The basic fact hidden behind that is that Plato says language needs help. Boeteia, help. Language is not immediately understandable. Language is not transparent. Understanding language is not automatic. In conversation, you can help yourself, you can help what you've said by explaining it, by enriching it, by varying it, by developing it. That's what he means by help. And this is how he comes to that statement that in writing, in reading, this is difficult because the author isn't there. The father of the Logos isn't there. But our answer to all of this is, of course, we, the readers, have to help the text. And this is, in my view, the core of higher level reading, helping the text.
That's a nice point. Adriaan, would you like to add something?
No, because I would be merely repeating what's already been said. I think that well, one tiny remark perhaps is that you could perhaps see it in sort of changing of roles. If in Plato's view the most important person was the thinker, it was of course Socrates in his case. Now what we're saying is we as readers need to take over that role, and you know we can't all have Socrates at our sides to help us think, but we can, if we use our discipline, we can actually get things out of text that the author put in there. And I think it's our duty as higher level readers to do that, to get the information out of the text that we think is in there. And that is not superficial, as André said at the beginning.
Thank you. Shall we now move to the importance of critical thinking for democracy? We mentioned that already in the speeches at the previous panel, but nevertheless, this is something what is so important, having in mind the society we are right now.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I would like to give you a quote from a book that I'm reading right now, and that is Suleiman's book, The Coming Wave. It's just come out. It's only out a few weeks, and it's a fantastic book about the problems that the world's facing with new technology again. This time it's AI and biotech. But anyway, he writes, social media thrives on heightened emotions and quite often outrage. A meta-analysis published in the journal Nature, and this was only last year, Lawrence Spreen et al., 2022, reviewed the results of nearly 500 studies, concluding there is a clear correlation between the growing use of digital media and rising distrust in politics, populist movements, hate and polarization. This systematic review throws up clear evidence of serious threats to democracy coming from new technologies, meaning, of course, especially social media. So I think that we need a clear antidote to to this phenomenon of social media, which actually play on our emotions, and that's the whole reason of their existence, because it's to make money for the people who run them, the platforms. And we need deep reading in order to think and counteract these social media.
André, would you like to add something? The power of the social media indeed foster this shallow understanding as well. So, in having in mind all these conspiracy theories and the ability to distinguish between valid and non-valid facts, this is the question which needs to be discussed.
Yeah, there's a sort of almost like a programmatic reaction, a very intuitive, a very impulsive, a very primary reaction to things that we read on the internet that we don't agree with, or even if we do agree with them, it's a gut reaction. And of course, that's the dangerous thing. That's being exploited by the big platforms. So, you know, what can we do to counter this attempt at hijacking our thinking? Well, we can only promote, I think, a deeper form of reading than we are invited to do by social media. And I think screens are, as it were, contaminated by the fact that they're associated with social media, with leisure, with non-thinking activities, with games maybe, with all sorts of things, but not with deeper reading. So that's why we stress the importance of reading longer texts, reading book-length texts, and reading preferably from paper.
Please.
Yeah, I'd like to add to that. What we need to do becomes clear if we realize what is at the core of what's going wrong. And I think at the core is simplification, reduction, and lack of time. If we go back to the Greeks again, krinein means differentiating. Critical thinking means differentiating thinking. You need to make room for the complexity of phenomena. And especially, you need to take your time for complexity. And we can go back to Socrates again. An unexamined life is not worth living. An unexamined text is not worth reading. You know, just read it once through. It doesn't work. And same goes for people. If I just listen to 3 sentences somebody utters and then judge that person, that doesn't work. So what we need is metacognition. What we need is making time and space for complexity to check and check again who's right and who's wrong. And metacognition, especially critical thinking, involves the possibility, the strange possibility that we ourselves might be wrong. And I think that's of fundamental importance.
Mladen, from the philosophical point of view, I mean, this is the essence of philosophy, I would say.
Yes, well, I will, let me again complicate matters, so give a slightly different perspective on this. Namely, the general literacy and printing is the consequence of the Enlightenment. This was the big Enlightenment project, general education, general literacy, and, well, the possibility of printing. And now we look at Balzac's novel, The Lost Illusions, a very telling title, Les Illusions Perdues, The Lost Illusions. This is a novel from 1837 or so, describes the situation in 1830s Paris. The Lost Illusions of the Enlightenment is maybe the subtitle we could place to this novel. There was a French movie, actually, a couple of years ago, a grand production with Gérard Depardieu and Marie de France. It was the French entry for the Oscar. Why I'm bringing up this novel? Because the plot is basically that Lucien de Rubempré, this hero of the novel, comes to Paris in order to make his career as a writer, which is a very complicated affair. But in the meantime, while waiting, he joins a publishing house, newspapers, and there you can see it, 1830s Paris. The yellow press, the slander, the scandal mongering, fake news of all kinds. I mean, this is what they were hired for, and they thrive enormously on this. And the same questions that are asked today were actually asked in 1830s Paris. No? Is this the post-truth age? How to differentiate truth from lies and fake knowledge from opinions, and and the grand scale of possibility of spreading slander, rumors, gossip, which were unprecedented at the time, because before that they had to be spread pedestrian way through the voice. You know? And the time is of course important because this was the first time in history that it was technically possible to print enormous quantities of newspapers overnight. And it was the first time in history when there was general literacy, no, not quite general literacy, but literacy so widespread that it could actually reach far more people than at any time in history. So there is a kind of, I'm bringing this up because it's an earlier case of our own problem, earlier version of our own problem. But it's like disillusionment with the print, general education, literacy, etc., which seem to be the high mark of the Enlightenment development, then suddenly stuck in this marsh, in this terrible black fog of where all those things, truth and lie, couldn't be differentiated any longer. So this is the predicament of the Enlightenment. We are not the first one to experience it. We have to keep in our minds that this predicament has a history. But I do believe that this particular predicament is bigger than it ever was since the Enlightenment. With the new technical media, with the internet, and internet in the beginning, and in the 90s, when it became this glorious taking over the world, it was again seen as an instrument of the Enlightenment. Because we would instantly get all the information we need, and we could instantly get into communication with people we would never be in communication with. It facilitated information, it facilitated communication. And let me finish with this, that I think our predicament is the more there is information, and there was never so much information freely available to everyone, ever in history. The more there is information, the less there is knowledge. The more the knowledge is endangered. And the more there is communication, again, there has never been so much communication ever in the history of humanity. The more the social ties are threatened to fall apart. Actually, this is the predicament.
I think that the truth is hidden in the text is the main point you're making, really, that we need to be much more critical than we tend to be. We need to realize that we don't live in a tribal situation where we all know each other and have the best of intentions toward each other. We are faced with people having designs on us, and this is what we need to keep in mind if we want to keep our democracy flourishing, that the text can have a design on us, whoever has written it, and that we need to bear that in mind when we read the text. We talk about disinformation and social media. I have a nice example which I might like to read if you don't mind. This is, that Twitter changed hands, and Elon Musk, soon after he acquired Twitter, said that he thought that people who had been previously banned from the platform should perhaps be reinstated. The question was, as he put it on Twitter, should Twitter offer a general amnesty to suspended accounts provided that they have not broken the law or engaged in egregious spam? And then there was a vote, and the vote turned out to be 3/4 in favor of this. So that's what happened. So all those unreliable voices came back in droves after this decision. By the way, his reply to the vote was, the people have spoken. Amnesty begins next week. Vox populi, vox dei. But of course, vox populi, vox dei is attributed actually to the 8th century scholar Alcuin of York. And he said this precisely because you should not listen to the voice of the people, because he said, the chatter of the crowd is always almost mad. In other words, it is better not to trust the opinion of the crowd. Musk, unfortunately, had no idea who he was quoting. But this shows you need to look below the surface of the words.
André, you wanted to add something?
Also, we could just, being at a book fair, stress the role of literature in all of this. You know, I tend to be a very philosophical person myself, but I think sometimes, you know, that you can't surpass literature in making things clear. For example, the best book about conspiracy theories is not, you know, any kind of theoretical book on conspiracy theories, but Umberto Eco's The Prague Cemetery, Cimitero di Praga, which is based in 19th century Italy. You know, you can't make it any clearer than that. The best book about totalitarianism is 1984, you know. It doesn't get any clearer. So I think teaching literature, reading literature, is a fundamental way of understanding how we should actually live together. So basically involving ethics, you know.
Well, still, I mean, did you want to add something, Mladen?
Well, yes, this is a free conversation, so wherever it goes. I think that there are some fundamental oppositions on which our tradition was based, which are being seriously endangered. And we already mentioned the opposition between information and knowledge. And André pointed out very clearly that the very idea of information is that there's some sort of package there to be recovered, retrieved from the text, and then we'll be fine. And I think there's a huge difference between information and knowledge. I mean, pieces of information, bits and pieces of information, are never form a structure. And the difficult thing is how you connect these dots. Information is a dot, and it's easy to retrieve a dot and to become familiar with it or whatever. It's easily available. But how the hell does this make sense? In what kind of structure is it inscribed? And okay, this is my philosophical soul. I mean, I'm a Hegel person. And by the way, Hegel started his career here in Frankfurt. The early Hegel, 1797 to 1800, he was in Frankfurt. And in the preface to Phenomenology of Spirit, he speaks precisely about two kinds of truth, which are, for him, the fake kinds of truth, and one is mathematics, we leave this behind, and the other one is historical knowledge. But what he means by historical knowledge is that people think that we should learn facts like, this is his example, Caesar was born at the year 100 BC. What does it mean? I mean, this is a correct information. This is the kind of information you can retrieve. And he says basically, well, none of us was there when Caesar was born, 100 BC. We need first to think about the huge net of spiritual institutions, which have preserved this fact and made it available to us. This is a mediated fact. This is not an immediate fact that you can know. This is the very fact that we know about this is mediated through the whole spiritual history, geistige Geschichte, for him. And why do we know this fact? Because Caesar had then certain impacts, huge impacts in history. So it's only retroactively, once we know about the historical impact this figure made, it's only then that we think that retroactively it's important when he was born. So the very fact that this is relevant information is filtered through many layers of mediation. And unless we know those layers of mediation, we know nothing. I mean, by knowing Caesar was born 100 years BC, okay, why would this make sense? I mean, in order for this to make sense, there's hard work. It's hard work to retrieve, to turn information into knowledge. And this is why the higher level of reading is so important, taking time. This is why libraries, as André said, are sanctuaries of knowledge. In order to transform information into knowledge, we need a library. We need a library, we need books, we need to engage, we need time. It's not that it's everybody's fingertips. You can find out any kind of information, but information is nothing without the structure of knowledge, which has to sustain it.
And I think all this leads us to the question of education. I mean, how can we foster cognitive patient of our young generation? I mean, they are not used to reading long texts. It seems that this mental effort is too hard for them. What do you suggest? Is this the sign that the educational system should be changed? What actually should we do? This is quite a challenge, I think.
Could I just take you one step back, and that is, why should children learn to read in the first place? Oh, higher level read, sorry. And I think maybe it helps if we can make them aware how important it is for their own development, for their own chance of becoming something in life, of turning to their own future, of getting a grip on life, on existence. I think it would definitely help if we don't present learning to read as that trick that André started with, the simple act of decoding, of learning how to decipher the words, but to see, for them to learn that reading is something that enables them to think properly by thinking also about their own feelings, about their own emotions, about everything that happens to them. We give them an instrument that helps them get a better grip on themselves and on their future. So that apart from any academic side to reading, which we've been discussing amply, I think, if you begin with something quite basic like that, it might help improve their willingness, their motivation to read. But yes, the importance of education, of course, and how to do it. André, I can see you.
Education needs to be based on cognitive skills and not entirely on information. And I can see that at the moment because I've got two sons, 13 and 17, in school, and all they're being taught is information. I think that's a fundamental problem, because cognitive behavior, books are training grounds for our cognitive behavior. Our cognitive behavior is the basis of how we treat each other, of the rest of our behavior, of our social behavior. What I think about somebody else influences my behavior towards them. So that's what we need to focus on. And for that, we need a few skills. We need time, especially, and we need a respect for complexity. And that needs to be part of any kind of education, not only in schools.
I just wanted to say something very, very practical. It suddenly came to me that here, possibly Plato and our modern world can come together. We all wish that we could have a Socrates at our side to help us get the meaning out of text. But I think one thing that schools don't do enough at the moment is to talk about reading, to talk about what reading is, but especially what it does and how you can get information and first and then knowledge by combining the information, by connecting the information up. If we can talk to students as they read, they suddenly become much more aware of what it is that they're doing. And what comes to mind is an experience that I had recently, that a student of mine came back many, many years later and wanted to thank me for something. And I asked him what, and he said, well, for asking me the question, what was it that I thought I was doing the studying for? For me, that was a very obvious question, but apparently he had never been asked a question like that before, and it started him to become motivated for the first time to learn, because he had been doing his whole training on an automatic pilot, just thinking he had to go jump through the hoops. And for the first time he thought, no, this is something that can help me achieve a goal in life. And I think that's what education should probably do and doesn't. It's on a meta level rather than on the level that is enshrined in curricula.
But is it harder to achieve this nowadays? I mean, are generations different? You're all three professors at the university. Do you find any differences comparing these generations? For example, if we compare it to the generations 20 years ago, do they have the same perspective? Do they distinguish the facts and the lies?
Well, what I find so strange with the development of this new, first with the development of internet and then of social media, is that how short a time they have been around. Because YouTube, Facebook was invented around 2005, which means 16, 18 years. Instagram, Twitter, I think 2010, which means 12 years, like. And how they have fundamentally changed the nature of the social bond, the nature of all bonds, like how they affect, how the public services, the politicians, have actually gone to a few privately owned platforms which are based on undisclosed algorithms. This is unprecedented. This is absolutely unprecedented. This happened in our lifetime in the space of the last 15 years. You know? How this privatization and the non-transparency of the whole thing, of this platform capitalism. Okay, this is the term which is now being introduced as a sort of technical term. And I think that I spoke before about the differentiation. Of course, it made a huge change. I spoke before about the difference between information and knowledge, but it's concomitant with a number of other oppositions which sort of ruled supreme in the times when I was educated. And there's a difference between knowledge and opinion. This is not differentiated any longer. Now, what is knowledge, what is opinion? What is information and what is a rumor, a gossip? All these Facebook, these are gossip columns. No? The gossip columns are the basis, and then you have also some other things. But the zero level is gossip columns. And there is a difference between what is verified and what is unverified, which is dwindling, which is diminishing. There's a difference between what is decent and what is indecent. The moment you have this social media, the basic notion of decency, it's very hard to find what is decency. It's difficult to give it a positive definition, but the moment you see that these unwritten rules of decency are not respected, you recognize it instantly. And this is what's going on with the present time populism. And the difference between the relevant and the irrelevant. So this is the real danger of the new social media. That all these differences are being erased, being collapsed, increasingly collapsed. And apart from that, there's also the difference between producer and consumer. Because in some ancient times, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, actually a few people wrote and the majority read what they wrote. Or a few people were on television and the rest of us watched who was on television. In the time of Facebook, in the time of internet, we are all readers and we are all consumers, producers and consumers at the same time. You could say, my friend was on television 2 days ago. Now you can't say, my friend was on Facebook 2 days ago, or internet. Everybody's on the internet. Everybody's producing, everybody's consuming all the time. So the very difference between consumption, production and consumption has dwindled. And you have this phenomenon, which is now technically researched, called the secondary orality, which means we don't know, apparently we have to deal with texts, technically. But they actually have the structure of this oral gossip, informal, whatever, exchange, and they have lost the authority of the written word, which pertained to the written word. So this was the very, very basic thing. And as to how to do this, it's an uphill struggle. it's an uphill struggle we are faced with. And I very much support the initiative, the Ljubljana Manifesto. I very much support all the forums that are now being organized at the Frankfurter Buchmesse, the biggest book event in the world. I mean, we have to put up this struggle. Otherwise, the danger is really mortal danger for our civilization.
Thank you very much. That was a very nice conclusion of this discussion, because we came to the end of our panel, and I would just like to say thank you for your valuable insights. Thank you, dear audience, and I wish you all a nice book fair.
will start. Tschajnun. So, dober dan vsem, lepo pozdravljeni. Einen echt schönen guten Tag. Wir freuen uns sehr, hier zu sein. We are really pleased to be here this morning. They talked about superstars. Miha and the ministers, they mentioned superstars. The real superstars are here with me today. And I shall just introduce them in a few words and then I'll let them speak. Well, the first, we will talk about reading, as you can expect. We'll talk about books. We'll talk about why it is important to make children read, because they're the adults of tomorrow. And if you make them read now, they might read tomorrow, and the world might be a better place tomorrow. Let's keep our fingers crossed. So, the first Oine, Anja, who comes from Ireland. She's an author, she's a poet, and she was the 6th laureate, children's laureate in Ireland. And then we've got Trine Sohn, who comes from Estonia. She is the director of the Estonian Children's Literature Center, which is very well known in Estonia and in the Baltics, I think. We should probably say Europe, hopefully. Around the world. And Snježana Berak, who is a colleague from Croatia. She used to be the vice president and the president of the Croatian Reading Association. And she's a senior librarian and a lady who has thought of many projects and campaigns, and I'm sure she will be sharing that with us. And a colleague from Slovenia, Petra Potočnik, who is an associate of the Reading Batch Society, and the lady who organizes training sessions and all sorts of campaigns and basically pushes us all around and makes us work. So, ladies, perhaps I'll just start with you. Anja, could you perhaps share a few things about the project, the very important project that you completed this spring?
The project that I was involved in was a project related to the Children's Laureate. And when you are appointed laureate, you're given the option of choosing an aim and choosing a project to forward that aim. And the aim I chose was that the Irish language is, I write in Irish. And the Irish language is, I suppose, like many countries that were colonized, the native language goes underground, but it's always there. And the Irish language, even though theoretically it has equal status in Europe with English, but in reality, it's a minority language. So my aim was to get children reading in Irish. And to do that, I set up a project that cost more than €500,000. It was a project, we called it An Bosca Leabharlanna, which means the library box. And it was a box of 25 books, specially selected, one box for schools that teach through the medium of English, where Irish is then very much a minority language being learnt. And the second box was for schools that work through the medium of Irish. So the readers would be already fluent in the language, and therefore they'd have a higher reading level in Irish. So 25 books in each box, carefully selected. And schools had to apply, but all the Irish language schools wanted it, and more than half of the English language schools. So ultimately, we delivered 2,200 boxes of books to schools, and then we followed it with some other projects that involved book gifting, and ultimately at a cost of a little over €500,000, we delivered just over 70,000 books in Irish for children. So that was the project.
Yeah, and it sounds ever so easy. I mean, you get €500,000, and, how?
Well, I think I would say to every country, try to establish a children's laureate, because it's the status of that that gets you the money. If I had applied as writer Onion Eaglin, I wouldn't have got that money. I might have got 50,000 funding, but I certainly would not have got 500,000. So I think every country should have a children's laureate and should be working towards that. A lot of countries have one, and they do get funding. I was in Bologna last year, and we met a number of children's laureates from different countries, met up, and it was similar for most of them, that the status gives you the funding or gives you access to application for funding.
So the first idea planted in everybody's mind, you know, we need the institution of a children's laureate, right? Certainly in Slovenia we do. I'm not really sure. In Croatia you probably don't have a children's laureate, or do you? You don't think so, right? And in Estonia? No. Okay, so but you have some interesting projects nevertheless. Right?
Thank you. I think the biggest project in Estonia is our Estonian Children's Literature Center, because I know that this is quite unique institution. Actually, in other countries they don't have. Normally there are different institutions. There are the institutes who is dealing with statistics and research work, and then the libraries, who is the biggest goal is to promote the literature. But actually, yes, in Estonia, all these functions together in one institution, in Estonian Children's Literature Center. And we are happy because we are operated under the Ministry of Culture. It means that we receive the main finances directly from them. So we are not a non-governmental institution. We are just governmental body. And it means that it's a little bit easier to just operate in Estonia and to just create up the big networks. And of course, the main goal to our institution is to just bring the children and books together. And this is a mission, of course. And just a little bit about Estonia. Estonia is one of the smallest country in Europe. Our population is only 1.3 million. So it means that the whole market is quite small. But actually, the situation with the publishing, I think, in Estonia is quite good. It's a little bit amazing, I think. and I just believe that children's reading, it stands on 3 pillars, or how to say. The first one, of course, is selection of books. And we are very lucky. We have quite good selection of books every year. We just, in Estonia, they published approximately 700 titles to children. It's quite big number. And also one of them, maybe 1/3 are original books and 2/3 are translated books. So the selection is quite good. Where we have these maybe small problems is about this availability and accessibility, because the market is so small, and it means that the prices of the books are quite high. And Estonians are very well known about these old traditions that we are reading people. We read a lot, and just quite normal that in our homes we have big bookshelves full of books. And also now I think we are happy that the literature and the reading is also one, how to say, cornerstone in our cultural policy, though it means that our government supports us a lot. And we have very good support system to our authors via this cultural endowment. So they receive the scholarships from there. And as I said, the first pillar for the reading is a selection of books. The second one is availability and accessibility. And the third one, of course, the advocacy or promotion of the books, because the new generations are absolutely different from the previous generations. They want just recommendations, they want suggestions, they want to make choices themselves. They don't want that we just force them or we just give the obligations. No, they want to just decide themselves. And now our main aim is that just to bring, as I told, the young people and books together. And the main places are now the libraries. So we just try to find the money to buy more books to the libraries. The problem is now that young people, they can't discuss about literature, because in our small libraries there are only 1-2 copies, and it's very hard to just organize discussions. What campaigns we have? You have a question about the game. Yes, it was just 4 years ago. We just started with a big campaign. It's a reading program for children age 5 to 10. And the network is built together with the public libraries. And we just decided to help the children librarians around our country just to do the children work in the libraries, because they just need the support by us. We give them just guidelines, suggestions, recommendations, toolboxes, how to deal with children and how to do the activities. And now I just months ago we just looked to the statistics, and I can just recognize that we are successful because all the numbers, the main statistics in the libraries, I mean the readers, the visits, and the low ones are increasing, and quite the numbers were quite huge, and I was very surprised. And we just pick up the idea from Finland, because they have been there very successful more than 20 years with this kind of programs. Okay, that's maybe too long.
No, excellent. No. And you've mentioned a word, something that I will come back in a little time. That's network. You mentioned networks twice, I think, or 3 times, and we're going to talk about that, because I think that's very important. But before we go to the networking, Snježana, what about the projects that you completed?
Yes. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thank you for your time. The year 2013, when was decided the year of the reading aloud in Europe, maybe you remember. And this was, yes, but this was the trigger for our mission, which we have been planning for a long time as part of the Commission of Children and Youth, which operates at part of the Croatian Library Association. Croatian Library Society. The participation for this was the reaches we clouded 2 years earlier on library service for early age children and parents that are carried out in Croatia public libraries. And the data was collected in more or 16 public libraries, almost half of which list this service. And library service for babies and their parents are developing more and more and are entering regular programs. And that is the reason that research showed that there is no campaign in encourage early reading for children at the national level. And so that there is no systematic cooperation between librarians and pediatrician. So that was a good and big reason to start with this campaign. And in our mind, we know how they must look like. What makes us special is precisely the fact that we very quickly manage to get pediatrician and speech therapist. And the Croatian Reading Association and researches of children's literacy, and of course the librarian community and partners, as partners, but also to convince the Ministry of Culture that this is necessary and important. And then UNICEF united us in the association, and the Read to Me campaign was launched. Later we also connect to the doors of publisher, authors, illustrators, and many opened the door and joined us. Yes, yes, yes. And now this year we celebrate the 10 years, and we are very proud. And numerous activity has been launched, actions, project, and programs with this campaign.
Thank you. And Petra, I think you can talk about networking as well, and a very successful campaign as well.
I don't know. It works. Hello, everybody. As Veronica mentioned, I work in Slovenian Reading Batch Society. This is an NGO heading the Reading Batch movement. And the Reading Batch movement is almost 65 years old in Slovenia, and everybody knows about the Reading Batch in Slovenia. So we hopefully successfully manage to encourage children and young people to, and of course adults, to read in their free time. We also provide guidelines for the selection of reading materials and develop the tools needed for their use. And we have a big network informing our reading mentors, and we organize programs of education, and we coordinate visits of Slovenian authors in the schools and also in public libraries. And we also develop a lot of programs and pilot programs, and I will just say a few things about 3-hour projects, which are currently one of our most popular projects in the Reading Batch, and one of them is intergenerational reading. I think this is it's a smaller project, but I think it's a really important project because it connects young and older readers, young and adult readers, and because it works in primary and secondary school, because it connects older and younger readers, and they talk about the same books. They read the same books. We give them books. They choose what will they read, they choose which topic they will read, and they talk about it. And it's really amazing to see how they have different views on one book, how the generations are changing. And it's also important because they just talk about the book. They read it at home, and then just get together, and they have cookies, and they have tea, and they just read and talk about the books. And the other project is the Golden Reader Project. It's one of the biggest projects of gift books in Slovenia. This year is going to be 20 years of the project, and it was developed by Slavko Pregl. He was one of the most prominent Slovenian authors, editors, and publishers. And when he was our president 20 years ago, he approached the big telephone company and he just asked them, you know, if the kids don't know how to read, they don't know how to use the phone. So the telephone company was, well, yeah, you are right. So just they're our biggest sponsors, and they donate us money for the book collection. And each year, the kids who work in the reading batch program, they get their own book at the end of the schooling. And also the other company, Hofer, gives the donations for the books for
this is not
first
advertising
graders.
for the companies.
No.
Good to know.
They give the books to the first graders, so every kid who goes to the first grade in primary school is given a book. It's 25,000 copies, and it's like an invitation to the reading world for them, and and also for their parents, and also for the making of the home library. And I think this is one of our biggest projects. And another successful, yes, and another project is we are also the initiators and partners of the Slovenian national campaign, National Month of Reading Together, which is aimed at promoting reading and literacy across all age groups. And within this campaign, we lead a public awareness campaign, Reading Together. So it's, I think this year it was the 6th year, and we collaborate with similar organizations in Slovenia and elsewhere, and we just want to promote good reading and quality reading and among children and adults.
So my question about networking has partially been answered already. So it's either government or
yes,
handing cap in hand and go back.
Yes, we.
Sorry. Yes. No.
Finish first, Petra. Okay, I just want to say yes. We collaborate also with the Ministry of Culture in this, and also with the Slovenian Book Agency and Ministry of Education. So and we also have a lot of support in the media in this campaign. So I think we managed with the connections and networking to make this campaign to work.
Yeah, to have an impact. Yes, fine.
I just wanted to add on the networking. In Ireland, we have so many, for a very small island, we have a lot of organizations networking towards reading, and sometimes all doing different things and sometimes collaborating. But Children's Books Ireland, who would have been the administrators of my project, their team, sometimes when you say laureate, it sounds like you're doing everything on your own. You're not. It's a whole team of people working with you. And you're just the person with the ideas. Usually the other people are doing most of the work. But Children's Books Ireland have several campaigns, and Petra made me think about them there, because they're constantly organising book gifting, libraries for schools. We have schools in Ireland called DESH schools, which are the disadvantaged area schools, where children, there are more problems with literacy in some of those schools. And if you're not able to read, you can't progress to enjoying reading. So literacy must come first, and then literature. And if this morning we were listening to the reading manifesto, and if children aren't reading, they can't become reading adults, they can't become thinking adults. And it's very easy to be influenced then by just everything you see on social media. But we have lots of projects in Ireland where writers go out to schools. And I'm sure you have exactly the same in other countries, where I visit maybe 20 schools a year in general, and maybe spend 2 days in the school. So we've projects going on all the time. And I think that networking is so important to get children enjoying reading, because it has to go beyond literacy skills. It has to come to enjoying reading, to reading for pleasure.
Yeah, and not just school reading, right? Because the project should not stop at school.
Exactly.
And you're probably working with adults. I think that Snježana, you mentioned, one of the partners in your networks it's the parents. I think you said pediatricians, etc., but also parents. So do you work with adults as well? Okay, you say something and then I'll give it away to you.
Okay. The partnership that we established from the first days is magnitude, but I think that the Croatian Reading Association and the Croatian Library Association and the UNICEF are somewhere the most connected and active. You know, the UNICEF support us every time we ask, yes, we ask and need help, and this is financial aid, yes. We connect with the academic community, the media, the Read to Me campaign, she became recognizable, you know. We immediately designed the campaign logo with Croatian illustrator. This is the first one. This is the first one. Post and flyers, pages, website. You may go to our website, citajmi.info, and see everything about, yes. The parents can get a lot of information in this website and connect on why it's important to read to children from early age, you know. Billboards by the roadside, T-shirt, badges, reading matter, when we put the reading for some age, you know, how to read to children of 2-year and of 12-year, you know. We present the Picture Books Festival in Pazin. They called Ship on the Box, and there is the festival of picture books, only Croatian picture books. Then we support the authors, writers and illustrators in this festival. Professional gatherings, conferences, magnificators dedicated to books and reading. Big publishers appear as parents in some programs. Invite us, Dovent Cooperation, Donate, Lauer, please want to contribute. In return, we mark the books that we consider valuable in libraries with our logo, and those give them additional value, you know. When a network is created, success is closer, I think.
Thank you. Now, if anyone else comes in, please, people at the back, do tell them that the front seat, the row, you know, the front seat row is half price now, so they can come closer. Yes, yes. Okay, now, you wanted to add something.
Yeah, I just want to add that, okay, in Estonia is also our strategy. I mean, the reading strategy is, the plans is a basis on continuous reading line, or how to say. And it means that, of course, we start with newborns. Because in Estonia we have the gift book for the newborns, for babies. And it's also financed by the Ministry of Culture, and this our center's aim is just to create this book and then to publish it, and then we reach the book to the families via these public libraries. So, and also there are one, I just remember that one very good and project is together with the hospitals. We created just, it was 10 years ago, together with the Academy of Arts. We designed a special like book trolleys to the hospital, and we sent them over the Estonia. And every year we send them the new books and also the children magazines. So all the time they have the new children literature there. And also we have the festivals for children, especially the Children and Youth Literature Festival, which is quite popular now. And one big celebration is the Read Aloud Day. We just started this tradition more than 20 years ago, just to promote that how important it is to read to child and then just read aloud. And also there we have the campaign and we have the competition for the children when they itself read aloud, and then we have them. So, okay, maybe.
Thank you very much. Let's talk also about, by the way, libraries. You mentioned libraries. You've got a very, very big network of school libraries, right? I think that this is something quite specific in Slovenia.
Yeah, it's every school has its own school library. So
and we're talking real libraries, not
real
just
libraries,
book corners.
yes, with a librarian or half-time working librarian. It depends on how school is big. But these libraries are very well, they have a lot of books, and we also take care that when we give the books in the Golden Reader Project, also the school libraries get their books, so the shelves are, are full of our books also. But yeah, it's a very important that kids have every time they have the stop. They can go access to the books anytime they want. The libraries are open every day, all the day long, so they can go and pick their books. And they also take them to the public libraries. And also the librarians come to the school. They encourage not just to be in the school libraries and all. They also encourage them to go to the public library as well, and they have a lot
to communicate about
yes,
books
yes,
and
talk about the books. And also the book agency has one project reading, growing up with a book, and they also encourage going to the public libraries
because
to
books,
get the
they
books.
bring you to people. I mean,
I
think that yesterday somebody said, I was watching the recording of the opening. Now I know more people and they read less. I think this was...
Sorry. Yes. Do you have that the public libraries and school libraries, they cooperate?
Yes, they
together?
cooperate.
Yeah, because actually in Estonia we don't have any more very good school libraries. And
we have a good network, and the school libraries, they go there to the public libraries, and I remember my kids, they went like once a month with a bus to the public library, and they just going there and just listening to the storytelling there. So, and they had their cards, and because the public libraries are free until the 18th age.
When you come of age, then it's free.
It's
the same
free.
in Ireland?
In Ireland, the school libraries lost a lot of their funding with the recession. And the very, very first children's literature laureate, Siobhan Parkinson, her campaign was all about trying to get funding. And she got funding for school libraries, but it has dwindled again. And so in Ireland, it's quite random as to whether schools have good libraries or poor libraries. But in terms of Irish language books, they have very poor libraries. And when we set up the Buska Laurlana scheme and schools applied, some schools in the research afterwards to see was it working, because there was a researcher employed to see what the impact of the project was. And some of the schools came back to say that their libraries went from 0 to 25 with the project, and that's very sad. But I think in Ireland, what Children's Books Ireland, Poetry Ireland, the Arts Council, what a lot of people are now trying to do is influence the teachers. Because if you can get teachers having fun with books for children, that's so important, because very often, particularly in the Irish language, and probably in most minority languages, the language reading becomes a chore. It becomes homework, schoolwork. So you have to move it out of that. And that was one of the things we did with the project, but I can come back to that afterwards. I don't want to hog at the time.
No. You work with teachers, you address teachers. What about parents?
We set up a scheme where we called, this was again part of it, but there were lots of different branches to the project. One was called Give Leabhar Gaeilge. Leabhar Gaeilge means an Irish language book. And Give Leabhar Gaeilge was a campaign where this was during lockdown, because I became laureate in May 2020, when everything had closed down. So I traveled the world on Zoom. And for the first year and a half, everything was Zoom. And but one of the things we did, I spent a lot of time reading the books and selecting the books. Others were starting the process of organizing how they would be packaged. And we had lots of dreams that we couldn't afford to do. We had to choose between, would we do something where a box would turn into a bookshelf, or would we have more books? And we decided eventually to have more books. But one of the projects was Give Leabhar Gaeilge, where we asked every adult to buy one Irish language book for a child that they knew, and to gift a book to a relative, a neighbour, a friend, anyone with a child, to just gift one book. And we made recommendations. I think during lockdown, I made probably about 70 or 80 short videos. I was making some almost every week with recommendations. And the team leader, the project manager, lived a few miles away, and she was within the 5-kilometre limit. So a few times she came and we'd sit in my garden and discuss the project. But a lot of the time it was on Zoom. So that's how we tried to get to adults. The other way of getting to adults, and I brought a copy of it with me, it's in Irish, but I'm going to propose to a few people that it would now be translated into English to make it accessible to other countries, is we put together a booklet. And this booklet has myself and somebody who works in education. We put together 80 ideas for games and activities for use with children. Everything from making jigsaws out of a page or a story, and blackout poems where children black out the words they don't want and they create a poem or a story out of the rest. So everything, simple things for very young, like making a bookmark before you start. Everything, but there are approximately 80, 85 ideas in that. So for me, one of my next projects is no longer as laureate, but now as me, to try and get funding for a translator to work on it.
You're still aiming for 500,000? Or?
I think a bit less.
Just a tiny sub-question. What do you say for Zoom in Gaelic? Is there a word in Gaelic for Zoom?
Yes, it's very, very difficult. It's called Zoom, just spelled differently.
I think that the point that you made, that only a teacher who's reading and the parent who's reading is the adult who can encourage their children to read.
I think that's very true, but strangely enough, my parents were both teachers. Mm-hmm. I was brought up bilingually, so I had Irish and English, but neither of my parents ever read a book to me. As a child, I lived for the school library, and we lived in a rural area, quite remote. I was in a very small school, but a mobile library came every month with 100 books. And my aim from the time I was able to read, and I read early because nobody was reading to me, and I wanted to read, so there's an advantage of nobody reading to you. It forces you to read early. So I was reading quite early, and my aim, as soon as I was reading fluently, was to try and read all 100 books in the school library before the books changed again.
Okay, now we'll move to something completely different, Monty Python way, digital reading. We know that the pendulum has moved, right? I mean, there was digital for quite a while, and now, the pendulum's swinging back. Do you work with digital books, digital texts? Do you have any activities online? What do you do in Estonia, in your center?
We are not very successful in this field, I think.
No, perhaps that's a bonus now.
It is not our decision. I think that, yes, children are, how to say, it's like behind the barrier. And the barrier is, of course, the adults who make the decisions. And because children's opportunities are the families or parents' decisions, what they can read and not what kind of books. And I think that now the e-book is not very popular because the platform it's not very good for picture book, I think. And still, maybe from the market is only few percent maybe the e-books. Of course, it's changed when you start to read long texts, but as we know, the young children, they use the visual reading. They read the pictures, and actually now in Estonia it's growing the popularity of the silent books, for example, and the e-platform is not very good for these books. And also, I just heard some years ago, the one electronic company, they just organized a survey or poll among the adults. And from that, we just realized that the question is that the computer or the electronic equipment, it's always they have something unique. We can't just change it with other things. Then the second step is that children now more and more do the school works in the computer. So it's too big time behind or in front of the screens, and the parents just stop it. No, reading is not reading, and they just prefer that children read just classical books, I mean, on paper. And so I think the reason it's why it's not so popular. And but of course it changed during the school time. Then. Mm-hmm.
Well, when they go to school, school, they
because the school materials, I mean, these books are mostly now electronic and mm-hmm.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What about Slovenia and Croatia? Yes, Snježana.
I want to tell some that I know that in some country students have reading a part of their lessons at the beginning of each day. Some even read aloud as a subject in school. We also know that some countries have returned to the old way of according knowledge, you know. And cell phones are being thrown out of school. In Croatia, many of schools are take this way, you know. And we know very well that screens, what screens do to children. The brain functions, to us as well. The brains function difficult with such stimuli, and its snipers do not develop. Many are aware that the consensus to the question is also on that track, isn't it?
So you don't plan to have any particular activities?
Not now, but I think it's very necessary because
to encourage.
It's time.
No, to discourage children or discourage, right?
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
I think it's 5 minutes to 12.
Okay. Yeah. Petra?
When it was in the pandemic time, it was very difficult to get to the books. And just a few days ago, I was reading about one project that it's covered by Ministry of Education, and last year they launched a pilot program on electronic books for its home reading domaće branje.
Yeah, home reading.
They're reading books at home. The kids read the books at home and then work on with these books in school. But I think it's not going, what we were talking, when we talk with the librarians, it's not very successful because kids rather, they like the paper book. They don't like to read on the screen. They don't like, yes. Yeah, they made this pilot project because it was difficult to get to the books and there is not enough books for everybody. So maybe it was like kind of help. So all the kids could get to the book, to read the book. But they are rather waiting for the paper book than read it on the screen. So I think everybody is going back to the paper.
It's let's get physical, not digital.
Yes, we also don't... I don't believe we will get the books of Golden Reader projects in electronic devices, so paper.
The audiobooks, because...
Audiobooks, yeah, that's also interesting. Another thing, yeah. I think this is another...
Not very popular in Estonia.
No.
I know that the Finnish people, they were very successful during the COVID period. The audiobooks, using audiobooks.
Yeah, I think there's also a platform in Slovenia with audiobooks, but I don't know if it's going well or not. Maybe people are hearing when they travel to work. If there is a lot.
And we have also some story apps, or how to say, which are very, very popular, and yeah.
As I can see, the time is up. Sorry, I have a lot of questions here, and I planned for lots and lots of juicy details to be revealed about the ladies, but perhaps some other time. So thank you very much, Anja and Trien and Snježana and Petra. And that's it. Thank you to you as well. We survived.
Afternoon, everybody. We are continuing with our discussions about the importance of reading and about the impact of technologies on our brains. And today we will focus on a special type of brains, namely on the kids' brains. I have with me, how to say this, 3.5 researchers. From the left side are Cornelia Rosenbrock from University of Frankfurt, Anita Schilcher from University of Regensburg, Anita Peti-Stantić from University of Zagreb, and Alenka Mohar, who is responsible for saying 3.5 researchers, because Alenka is, she's not 3.5 researcher, she's a kind of a half researcher, because she was involved in quite a few research projects, but her main job is being editorial director of the biggest Slovenian publishing house, Mladinska knjiga. And let me start with a question about research. If we talk about kids and education, do we have any data or any statistics, any research on what happens to literacy if kids in their education environment don't have to read books that are, let's say, longer than 100 pages?
Well, it was a PISA study which gave us data about this 100-page books which kids should read. And as far as I know, we don't have about this 100-page limit any more research. But we know a lot about literal socialization of kids. There's a big research area in German discussions since about 30 years about literal socialization. We know that kids have development tasks, as everybody knows. They have to know about their gender, they have to bring themselves in distance to their parents. They as well have literal development tasks. And this literal development tasks for kids in the late childhood, up to 12 maybe, is to get autonomous with their reading. So not to be depend from parents or teachers who say read this and that, but to be able to fulfill or to satisfy own belongings and needs in literal spheres, areas. This must be done at the end of the childhood, because after the end of the childhood, kids must be able to learn from texts. Before, they learned reading, and afterwards they use reading to learn. That's, well, the frontier is not in that way strict, but that's a jump from childhood to youth. And in youth, they need an autonomous reading habit to learn, to handle, for example, with multiple documents, with internet documents which have lots of pictures and graphs and parts of texts which are connected. They have to connect them in their brain. So this is really more hard, or this asks for more reading competences than in childhood. And from all that studies to literal socialization, there's a big evidence to say in childhood, kids have to learn to read linear texts. If they don't learn that, they don't develop their reading fluency, and as well they don't develop strategies such as connecting contents and to build complex mental areas or scenes or a complex mental world. They don't learn it if they don't read a lot in this critical time between getting a little fluent, that's third class, 8 years old, 9 years old in this area. They are fluent for children's literature texts, and then reading a lot. They need a big dose of reading to get independent and autonomous in their reading habits. That's quite important.
I want to add something to that, because I think that we do have some evidence, probably not for 100 pages, but for longer text, let's say. So since digital and internet is not meant to be used for reading of longer text, we can talk about how reading in digital mode would impact children's brains. And we do have, for example, one research. First of all, there is a research in e-cost, one of the cost actions that was dedicated to that, that showed that when you read the same text, you know more about that, and you can talk more about that if you want. But when you read the same text, absolutely same text, in digital and in printed version, you memorize less, you are able to talk less about what you have been reading in digital. Why this is so? I think that, first of all, our brains are not adapted to this new version of reading. This is first. And then the second is because if we do not develop very early reading circuits in our brains, in reading classical text, they just don't develop. So this is opportunity missed, I would say. We do have also some other things that we can add to this. This is, for example, we have Pearls, which is in 4th grade, and then we have PISA. And we noticed in Croatia that our children are much, much better in 4th grade than they are in the age of 15. And we wanted to see what happens in between. So what we did a research with 2,000 children in Croatia. Croatia is not that big country. And what we did, we took some texts, explanatory and literary text, for this research from already published Pearls investigation, and gave these texts to students in 6th and 7th grade. After the, I would say, 5 years, that digital use has been much, much more implemented altogether, not just in Croatia, than everywhere. Because if you look back, think about the world 10 or 20 years ago. Nobody just used this digital that much. So we have huge amount of hours spent in digital surrounding now. What we have as results is that 6th and 7th graders perform 20% less than 4th graders 5 years ago. I would say that this is maybe not direct and indirect, but sign of what happens if we are not reading and not used to read any more longer texts. My question would be, what can we do? What can we do?
So I would, add something to what Cornelia Rosebrock said. We know in German research from Pearls, we know that many texts that are read are actually shorter than 100 pages. So 100 pages is a long text, it is a short text. And I think that texts are getting shorter because we have bigger heterogeneity in our classes, so you can't read 200-page book with the whole class, because there are many children that have language problems, that don't have the fluency to read these books, and so teachers would pick shorter books in order to get everybody to read the books. And this is probably a problem because children don't get used to read longer texts, and they don't get the self-esteem to be able to read these longer books. And what we know from research is that time is always crucial. The more you read and the more often you read and the longer you stay with your texts, the better you learn reading. So if we drop reading longer texts, we also drop staying at a text, concentrating on a text to develop long-term memory for the figures, for the plot. And so I think, yes, we should foster reading longer texts at school because it's another form of reading.
Yes, maybe I should add some facts. Indeed, it's hard to predict what's going to happen in case children won't read long texts anymore. We all know all the benefits of long reading, developing cognitive capabilities, and even more, I think it's very important for their personal development. Maybe regarding the research, there was one research done by Anna Mangan. I don't know whether she's here. I know she's at the fair. And about declining of long-form reading in the higher education. And there is one finding which is very interesting, and that is that leisure reading of long-form texts plays a very important role in developing reading capabilities. And of course, that's from the publisher's point of view. I was thinking what to do to foster this leisure reading. We need to, in a way, engage teenagers to read good stories. I'm sure that good content is king. I mean, they all long for good stories. We know many readers who actually became readers by reading such a popular titles as Harry Potter and similar. So I think from the publisher's point of view, it is our task to publish great stories.
Let me ask you very directly, is there any substitute for this long-form reading? Can we substitute this with any other cognitive activity that will change, that will produce the similar effects? And what do we lose if we kick out of this long-form reading from education?
Okay. Is there any substitute? I think for adults, if you are a good reader, and have differentiated stances of reading, so literal reading, information reading, participation reading, and so on, then you are able to stop reading long texts, but actually people don't. If they are good readers, they are good readers because they were good readers in their childhood and youth, because they learned good reading in their childhood and youth. And I think in childhood, we could be very careful and very distanced to internet reading and screen reading and so on for children, and first develop reading linear texts. So for that practice in the age of, at the end of elementary school, in the beginning of Sekundarstufe school, there's no substitute, in my view of all. We can't give that up, because reading is a form of supported thinking, and with long books, it's a very differentiated thinking. And if you don't do that, okay, you won't never be a good reader. Okay?
I think that's the educator's perspective, but the children's perspective would be that from audiobooks and from series or from media, there is a possibility to fulfill one's needs. So as an educator, I would, share this perspective. But if you ask children, they tell me, yeah, I like to listen to audiobooks, or I like to see series on Netflix. And some needs that usually or formerly were fulfilled with reading are now fulfilled by other media. But as educators, we would say there are special goals, special competencies you learn with reading long text, with reading literature, and I think that's true, but it's not so easy to convince children that it is so, because before you don't know it or experience it, you don't believe it usually. So that's really hard work, and I would agree with you that the only possibility to reach the goal is to offer really good texts. Like Harry Potter, I think, did a lot to foster reading. And I'm not sure, but sometimes I'm thinking whether we had, quite strong results in PISA in 2006 because of Harry Potter, because this was the time when, I don't know, half of the children read 7 books of Harry Potter, and then we had the films, or we had the movies, and you didn't have to read it in order to get to know what's the content.
I would add something more to that, because it seems to me that there is no alternative. What would be the answer to my previous question, what can we do? Because I absolutely agree that not everybody sees it that way. We do, but those who have the problem don't see it, and they have no idea what they are losing. We know. So we started to think, because we are also a small country, Croatia.
Croatia is huge, actually, in comparison to Slovenia.
Double. So what can we do? And we started 2 projects with an aim to bring them to this position that they would want to read longer texts. Because if you do something and publish good novels, but they have no need for these novels, what can you do? So first we are working with pediatricians in the project Born to Read, to make them believe something that we educators believe, that reading is human right and that reading is question of public health, because it is the same way as it is brushing your teeth or doing something else. So question of public health in terms of developing your brains, as you said before. So this is the first project. We published books. They talk to children. They talk to parents, first of all. And then we wanted to catch those in high school who stop reading, so to say, or they have to do some home reading directed by school, and they have no time, no wish, whatever, to read something that they would like to read. So there is a project going on for some time, Reading in Focus, especially for high school students, where publishers are publishing books that high school students in other countries like Germany, Finland, France chose and awarded as the best books of that year. And then we organize workshops with their teachers, with their librarians, and then they read these books. So there are 200 for now children, but high school students, but they talk to each other. So I think that the most important is to make them wish to read this and to talk to them how, for example, and that's the last thing that I will say on this topic, if you compare film or series or something like that and the book, we know that the level of empathy, level of going through our system is totally different if you just have this visualization that somebody produced for you and is giving you one view. If you read with all your possible views and you develop your views from book to book. If you never did that and enjoyed in this, you have no idea that you will lose that because you never had it. So I think that we have to produce need for reading longer text. That's what we are trying to do.
In my opinion, I think it should be something what not only education should do and foster, it's also the task for the society on the whole. I mean, in general, we should persuade teenagers that reading is popular and they get some personal benefits out of it. So this is something but it's hard to persuade these young generations. I mean, and also that it is important to invest some time in being in solitude, reading long texts. And as you already mentioned, I mean, in case they don't have such an experience, it's hard to persuade them. So I was thinking from the publisher's point of view, we should really make reading popular. It is, maybe we can compare it to running. I can remember that 20 years ago, no one was running, at least in Slovenia. Or 40 years ago, okay, 40 years ago. But now running is very popular, knowing, having this awareness how important it is to have a healthy lifestyle. So, I mean, to compare this to reading, that would actually be something to change their relation to reading.
If I use a kind of forget about running and these things. If I use about a kind of a culinary metaphor, should we say that TV series, Netflix series or audiobook is a kind of an Apfelstrudel and book is a very healthy salad? Would that be a good comparison? And how to...
Fast food and a great menu.
Okay, I agree because Apfelstrudel is actually very healthy. But how can we persuade kids that fast food is not so good, or at least not always good? What kind of approach should we use? Any ideas?
I think first we have to see that every child has the ability to read. So in I don't know about other countries, but in Germany, every 5th child can't read at 4th grade automatically. So these children will never have the chance to get through a book. So we need very good reading lessons at school. I think not only, but mainly teachers can help children to develop fluency, to develop reading strategies. And if these skills, techniques are developed, it's much easier. And in my opinion, reading should also play a bigger role at school. So for example, Hamburg introduced a reading panel every day, 20 minutes, 25 minutes in the morning, and they had success with this reading panel. So I think there's no other way, because we can promote reading, but it depends on where parents come from, how society is put together, and it's always easiest for academic parents to foster reading at home, and it's very, very hard for example, for parents who don't speak German. They can do it in their own language, but some people don't, or some parents don't have you know, the knowledge, the books, the money. So I think it must be a task of society and of our educational system.
Yes, well, that's true, and we need more time for reading. Andreas Schleicher, who is head of OECE PISA studies, just said some weeks ago, or showed some weeks ago, that the most industrialized countries had a decline of reading competencies between 2000 and the study 2016, with data from 2016 and 2016. It doesn't went up, or even it went down. In Germany, for example, in Turkey, it went down. And he compared that with social media, what social media we had in 2005 or 2006, nearly no, or with the first PDF as a standard, or with coming up iPhone, and so on and so on. So nowadays, everybody is always connected. I think there's no person in this whole room who has not a smartphone with her or him. Okay, and she uses it. Okay, and so this is a time-destroying instrument. So we need more time in the school, for reading, for free reading, or for adapted reading, compared to the stage of reading competences every child has. In Hamburg, we had this reading panel Anita Schilcher just mentioned, which has a good outcome. So we had increasing competencies and comprehension with the children. And the idea is that every day there are 25 minutes. That's not much, but there are 25 minutes. Whole school changed for that, to have 25 minutes for every child, every student in the school. And they get from their teachers, not only from the German or the mother tongue teachers, from all teachers, they get adapted forms of reading. The ones who are not fluent, they make a fluency training. The ones who are not, can't get contact with literary texts, they read maybe in groups, literary texts, such who are a little better in fluency. Maybe they read for smaller students, they make a presentation of text, and so on and so on. Lots of different forms they had developed. And this is really, this has success. But we need to gain time for reading. And there's opposition against it. This media, games and Netflix and everything, and Twitter and what we all have. This is an opposition. This is a time-destroying instrument, I think. Okay.
I absolutely agree. Time and patience and skill. Because as we know, we are not born to read. We have to learn to read, and this is painful. This is not easy as it looks to us. That's why we are working with pediatricians. That's why we are working with parents very early on, because we believe that if you do it as early as possible, you can probably bridge the gap between, let's say, 3rd, 4th grade, and then the high school where they stop. My question would be, what's our goals? Because in the societies as they are today, very connected through iPhones and other gadgets, with all these possibilities, we will never be at numbers as we have been 20 or 30 years before. And it seems to me that it's important to create time and try to persuade them in school already that they have choice and that they can freely choose. My children went to this type of school where they read half an hour in the morning. not only in English classes, but also in physics classes. They read whatever they want, and all their teachers read. And reading was an issue in this school, not only in mother tongue, but in all other classes. I think that this is kind of key probably for understanding of other teachers, that they also deal with texts, and that these texts can be also printed texts, especially for popular science. So I think we have to make it relevant for them, because otherwise, if they don't have positive attitude, if they don't have motivation, nothing will happen. So we have to maybe settle at smaller numbers, try to do it for everybody, and be very happy if we touch some of them.
Well, in my opinion, we should implement book culture at every level of social life and also at every life stage. And it is in a way the question and the task for the policy of each country. But on the other hand, as I said previously, I think that assigned readings is not the only way to persuade pupils to read long-form texts. We really need to make reading popular. And we should find a new ways how to promote reading. And I suppose this is also the question for the publishing industry. It's also something what we will need to do in case to survive in a way. It is an industry, so and we are asking this question ourselves all the time.
This remains €1 million question. I assume we didn't answer this, but let me ask you one more thing, a little bit more political for conclusion of this talk. There was quite a lot of buzz in Europe when Swedish Ministry for Education decided to reintroduce printed textbooks to primary education, what of course didn't mean that they kicked out the computers. They just somehow tried to balance printed and digital media. Do you see this decision as a kind of a step in the right direction, or are they making a mistake here?
It depends. In my view, from two perspectives. The first is the books itself. What means textbooks? Since 25, 30 years, our school books have a double-side principle. On those double sides, you find short texts, you find pictures and comics, and you find headlines in different systematic ways, which you have to connect as a reader to understand what they speak about. So those books they take the layout, a little layout of the World Wide Net. They implement it. When I was a schoolgirl, which is really long time ago, sorry, but our mother tongue book was just an anthology. We had stories and lyrics and so on, an old and new one, and it was only an anthology. If you look nowadays at the books for mother tongue lessons, they are very, very much more elaborated, I would say, and and you need much more competencies to understand them and to use them. They are not, in my opinion, they are not ready to teach children to read linear and continuously and concentrated, because they are like mosaics made from different small parts. That's one thing. The other thing about your question, is it good to bring back printed books at school, is it depends from the age of the kids, naturally. So young adolescents have to be able to move competent in the internet, to make research and to handle with multiple documents and to handle with different texts, which is in Germany accepted, as I think. So they have to be able, they must have learned that before to be able. So for them, I wouldn't say an anthology is enough.
And as for smaller children, I'm always a little bit more focused on elementary school. You will find a lot of apps that foster reading, that give feedback immediately after reading aloud, for example. So we should use these means to foster reading. I think a hybrid solution is always the best because we have this media turn and we can't, make it vanish or something. And for example, one aspect that is very important for me is that literature fosters empathy. If you don't develop empathy for a figure in literature, you won't enjoy reading. But the narratives in social media does the same, and you have to learn that this is not always appropriate to develop empathy for figures, and you have to learn how to look from a meta perspective on narratives, and so we need both. We need literature to enjoy empathy, to live with Harry Potter in Hogwarts, but we also have to teach children that this is also a means for promoting political ideas, for example, and so reading competency has a lot of different aspects, and each aspect has to be addressed by education. So I think both. We need both, and we have to look at the goals and select the right media for each goal.
To me, there is no question. I absolutely think that this is a move in the right direction, because I don't see that Sweden is going to be without digital in schools. I just think that they are going to replace what was in past 10 years, not in past 20, but in past 10 years, transferred to digital, back into printed, because they read the recent research that shows that brain is not going to be developed the same way, that the long-term memory is not going to develop in the right direction. So I think that this is what they're doing. I'm comparing this, for example, with, I was thinking when you asked us this, probably, let's say, healthy food, not super healthy, but healthy, just normal healthy food as it was 20 or 30 years ago, and today. Today in supermarkets and everywhere in big cities, what we have food as it is. We have no idea who produced it, how good it is, blah, blah, blah. We know it's sometimes better, sometimes worse. But this is surrounding us everywhere. Digital is surrounding us from all angles. So we have to make space for something that's not digital. Like we have to make an effort to find healthy food. That's, for me, this is the metaphor. What they're trying to do, in my eyes, is this. Trying to find place, time for something, whatever in educational system, for something that we know is doing us well, but we just forgot it. So for me, this is absolutely plus.
Well, I found it brave. It's a brave decision, a decision showing that they are aware of the benefits, reading on screen, learning on screen, comparing to learning from print textbooks. But on the other hand, we know what's the reality like. I mean, the language of the teenagers is based on digital devices. They have digital devices in their pocket every minute. And we need to find a balance. between digital technology and digital learning resources and print resources. But for sure, we need to keep print textbooks in the school. And I believe that the future of education is going to be hybrid, but we need to prepare teachers to make a shift in their heads, to use digital learning resources so that this is going to be effective, to fulfill some learning outcomes. And on the other hand, I think we should take care that computer industry won't enter the field of education. It's something what we should keep safe for general good.
Okay, thank you. I somehow exhausted my questions, so I will do this in all democratic manner and ask if there is any question or comment from the audience. No? Yes.
Well, thanks for all these insights. I have to admit, well, I'm an avid reader myself, but I'm working in kids media in general, so it means books, films, everything which is out there for kids. And I have a little trouble with saying, well, this one is better than the other one. So, of course, in films, you have very, very good and rich films, but you also have fast food. So it's the same on all platforms, and I'm not thinking that it's helpful to say this one's bad and the other one's good. That was one observation. And the next one is, well, we have to be realistic that out there is a white noise. And in time-wise, we're competing with all the others. So if you have a day of a child today compared to a day of a child 20 years ago, it's completely different because it's surrounded by media and you have almost the entire day at school. Then you have all these extra activities, and then you have games, you have TV, you have the streaming, you have this, that. And I just like to underline what Cornelia Rosebrock said, that schools are paramount in that way. And I'm not sure whether it's a good approach to say we have to persuade teens to read. No, we have to convince them. We have to convince them that it's a good thing to do, and it's a cultural technique which is needed, well, to build a life together. So that just as an observation, and thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Does anybody wants to elaborate on this?
I just want to answer for one point. We didn't speak about good and bad media, so good book and bad screen media. That was not the problem. Our question was how to gain reading competencies. And by looking good films, maybe excellent films, you don't get reading competencies. Maybe you train your imagination abilities, okay. I wouldn't say something against it, but reading competences you get from reading. You learn reading by reading. And if you don't have the dose, it's a question of the dose and the age in which this dose reaches to children and young people. Sorry.
Thank you very much. We shall stop here because in 10 minutes we have another event here. Thank you for listening to us.
My name is Porter Anderson. I am the editor-in-chief of Publishing Perspectives news medium. We are a medium created by Frankfurter Buchmesse to cover the international publishing world, and it is a great pleasure to do that. Also this week, a good deal of work, but it's good work, and we're glad you're here. We're glad you're sharing it with us, and we're glad you're here for this special session today in particular, because it's an important one. And we have some really terrific speakers you're going to hear from on the subject of data in reading and why we have problems, speaking of the international industry, understanding each other's data in reading and learning from it and growing from it and making use of it. So we're going to talk about the ways that it's being attempted to deal with this, things that we need to do better, and the things that we think would come of it if we could get it together in a really good way. We have with us Miha Kovač, of course, from Slovenia. He is the curator of this beautiful Guest of Honor program that we're so glad to have this year. We have Christoph Blasi from the Gutenberg University in Mass and also from the university. We have Ovina, who is going to be talking to us about the work she has done in this issue about data in reading. She is the person who really has hands-on knowledge of this, and so you're in the company of some very experienced people in what we're speaking about today. Miha, could you start us off by giving us some idea of why you wanted to have this in your curriculum here at the Pavilion, why you think is important, and what experience you might have had in terms of trying to understand another culture's reading data and finding that it was, as we say in the States, apples and oranges, apples and pears for others, sometimes pineapples and tennis balls in where I live. It never meets. The comparisons never work, and we need to fix that. Miha, speak to us on it.
Well, the reason why I become interested in this, it's a long story, which I will make it really short. I used to work in Slovenian publishing industry for more than 20 years. And one of the problems which we had was that because this is really tiny, small market, which requires a lot of special skills to survive on it. And of course, we wanted to see what's going to our reading habits, how big our sales are, and in order to find out whether there is still place in the market to grow, we needed to look at the international comparisons. Okay. And when I started to look at this data, I suddenly find out that these data are really not synchronized in the way that in some countries, for example, when you looked at the number of published titles, which is very rudimentary data, you got, for example, the data from National Publishers Associations, where they counted the titles published by members of the National Publishing Associations. Or in some countries, for example, like in Slovenia, they operated with number of published, issued ISBNs per year. And so when we are now this year guest of honor, you can find in some small publications an information that Slovenia issues. You actually can find two different data. One is that Slovenia publishes 5,000 books per year, and yes, this makes us the biggest country with the country with the highest number of published titles per million of inhabitants, because we have only 2 million inhabitants. That's not that tough. But the fact is that when you look at this 5,000 number, 5,000 issued ISBNs, more than 1,000 of these issued ISBNs are issued to publications which are not meant to be sold on the market. So it's not a market publication. And when you go deeper into this, of course, that's something what we all know, you find out that suddenly all these ISBNs are being issued to all kinds of formats of the same book. So the number of issued ISBNs actually told us just one thing, number of issued ISBNs, but not the number of how many book markets were issued, what's the number of book titles that were published in the market with the purpose to turn the money and make sales in the market. So when you suddenly find yourself in this mess, you start to look for answers, and I started to try to figure out what's going on. I'm in this for more than 20 years now, And actually, I can still say that I don't have a clue what's going on in international book markets. I mean, we have some kind of an overview, but we really don't know how many book titles per capita are being sold. We don't know how many book titles are being, in some countries we do know this, you know, we have this data from public libraries which say, oh, in Slovenia, for example, 12 titles are being loaned per capita per year. And then, of course, some people say, oh, this means that the library members read 12 titles per year. But that's really not true, because they don't read all these titles. So if you want to understand what's going on in a given market, you would need to combine a lot of data. And in theory, we all know how to do it, but we just don't have the data, because the data are being collected on quite random way. Each country has its own story. What I find quite amazing, even in European Union, where we are obsessed with standardizations, but we don't do it here.
This is fascinating. In the States, we have a big problem, and not because of anything that they're writing, but we have such a big self-publishing community. So if we go by ISBNs, as you're suggesting, we suddenly have more than 1 million extra ISBNs sitting in front of us per title. And then, as you're saying, there'll be one for the audiobook, one for the ebook, one for the hardback, one for the paperback. So then we're looking at 4 million of each of these things, and we can't tell if they have come through a publisher or not, so we don't know what we're measuring. It's not that we don't want to measure self-publishers, but we need to know if we're measuring self-publishers, right? Because we simply, as you're saying, there's a saying that a friend of mine in Britain uses. He says, we're trying to look at our data by candlelight. We just can't see clearly what we're going into. So it has been a terribly difficult problem, even in the days when Aldous Up, which is now working so well in this area, to try to move forward, and we're going to hear more about that from Movina, but even in the day when we have Aldous Up working on this, in an earlier edition, Aldous was putting together a nice book fair compilation and working with book fairs around Europe, and I found that every year when they did their data, they didn't match up. One would tell us they had this kind of business program, one would tell us they had that kind of business program. It was very hard, and they worked very hard, I have to say, at the request of the press. Those of us in the media said, can you please standardize, harmonize some of this a little bit? They tried very hard to get there and did everything they could, but it just wasn't coming in on the same metrics. Everybody wasn't on the same playing field. So it's been an ongoing struggle for a long time, and particularly in as vulnerable an industry as publishing is in some ways, the better data we have, the better and more clearly and more authentically we can represent ourselves, the much better it's going to be. We just have to get hold of this. And so, Movina, would you pick it up from here and start telling us some of the things that, first tell us the project you've been working on, and then tell us some of the things you're seeing from this first-hand knowledge of being in the trenches you've got.
Yeah, I'm going to try that. Thank you. So just as a quick note ahead, if someone had told me like 18 months ago when I started working in this project that I would today be sitting on this panel with you, Porter Anderson, and Miha Kovač, and also, of course, you, Christoph, but that was not quite that surprising. I would have thought I would be sitting here presenting you with nice graphs which have like several bars where you can see we have kind of a ranking where we can say, where does my country feature, where do we stand with this, and maybe even some more detail. And instead, what I have been doing for 18 months and what I will be doing today, unfortunately, is still talk a lot about why we're not there yet, what the problems are. So that's basically what I'm doing most of the time. Why am I doing this? So Christoph and I are both part of the working group on reading in the Aldous Up project, which is, correct me if I'm wrong, Creative Europe funded, right? Sorry. And one of our tasks was that we wanted to face this problem and say, okay, we don't have comparable data, so we have to start doing something about it. And one approach we took from there was that we started collecting information on what kind of reading surveys, and I have to be specific here about reading habits. So this has basically not much to do with sales numbers or the market in general. It's really about the habits of people of reading. So we collected information who is doing it, how often are they doing it, what kind of data are they collecting, and that's what we did, I think, 2 years ago. And from that, we tried to identify what are already the most common things they are asking. And then we took the most frequently asked items and decided, okay, one way to tackle this is we just suggest a core set. That's ERICS, we call it ERICS. It's the European item core set for reading surveys, which combines a very, very, you can say, shallow number of items, which is which formats are being used in general between printed books, ebooks, and audiobooks. The frequency, how often do you do that? We had the formats, the frequency, then how much time do you spend doing that on average, and how many books, I'm gonna have to put quotation marks here always, because it can be either format. So how many books do you read in our case, we suggested within the past 12 months. So, and we started working with that, and the second thing we tried to do then was, of course, looking at surveys that have already been established in some countries and find out maybe we can already get answers to these exact questions because they're already asking those questions. That was our hope. And here we now are with the apples and oranges, and why I keep saying I like that the German saying is not comparing apples and oranges, but apples and pears, because in the case of apples and oranges, you can at least tell by looking at it that it's not the same thing. So in our case, you actually really have to dig really deep into it. You look at a survey and you feel like, oh, great, they got great questions, they got great data, and then you look again and again and again, and then, oh, okay, they measured. There's something off about it, it doesn't match. So that was pears, not apples. So this is why I keep saying I feel like, I don't know, Cinderella, who has been told, yes, you can do all your fancy diagrams, as soon as you've sorted out those 50 different types of fruit salad according to what is in it. So it's a bit frustrating, but we're making progress. That's the important thing. We have ERICS, we have kind of a suggestion if we can agree on this minimum thing. So that was quite a long talk, I'm sorry. So that's where we're coming from. So since I'm not sitting here today able to present you with neat graphs and neat numbers yet, we will be at some point, I'm still optimistic about it. I try to narrow down on, instead of telling you why it's not working exactly, narrow down on two aspects more of the question, why is that? Instead of telling you what each country is doing, I've kind of identified some basic background factors that make the situation the way that it is. And that is, for example, we are frequently meeting the assumption, if we talk to people, the assumption that what is happening in their country, both in terms of measuring, but also in terms of reading promotion, for whatever that means in this context, works roughly the same way. It doesn't. We are looking at very different structures. And speaking of the data problem, we have very, very different stakeholders in charge. You can identify three big groups. In some cases, it will be the publishing industry, members of those who are trying to collect data. In some cases, it will be the libraries. In other cases, you have kind of centralized institutions which are basically have their mandate directly from the state and also their funding. And they will ask different questions. So that kind of determines what kind of information are they collecting. For example, it's obvious that for a library, it's quite interesting how many books are being lended. Whereas in the publishing industry, the main question is how many books are we selling? So, and one thing and the other doesn't, it just doesn't give you the same results. So when you find those surveys in the end, they will always communicate one big number. Like, I don't know, we have 83% of readers. Then you look into it, okay, how do you even define your readers? Okay, that's all the people who have read at least one book in the past 12 months or 3 months or 4 weeks. And then that's the definition of readers, where you have to be sure they are asking the same questions, and then they have their one big number, and that's what they communicate. So this is the point where I'd like to say that we're all talking about AI helping us. AI is not going to solve this for us, because we have to feed AI like precise labels on what did we measure here. At the moment, that's not going to help at all, because it's difficult. And then when you look at the results and try to identify, okay, have they measured the same thing, then it's often machine translated versions, so you can't even find enough information telling you what exactly did they ask, what did they measure, which groups did they and did they not include, did they count audiobook users or didn't they. So all these are the tiny things. So and this of course stems just basically from the fact that there are different stakeholders trying to collect data. And the second thing, which is not immediately tied to them having different points of view on the whole thing, is that of course it also depends on national context, what they are interested in. For example, we have some kind of number for Slovenia, which is, correct me, it's either 60% or 66% that has been communicated as people reading books, I think, in year 2019. Around 60. But that is the number of people reading books in Slovenian, I believe. So they excluded kind of a share. And if I now compare that to, I don't know, the French, who have a terrific survey, then of course you're kind of making yourself smaller than you are, because we are comparing different things. So this also comes into play here. And it makes sense. And I'm going to wrap this up here. What I'm saying is basically, you can do that. You can measure whatever you want, but please keep in mind, you have to make it very clear what you're doing there. And secondly, I've also seen that in a lot of cases, the data I personally can collect from your publications, they indicate you have the data, but you're not telling me the results. You have them. We have more data than we can see. So that is really the easiest step we can make, by agreeing on defining exactly, that is the shares we are looking for. Please answer this question, because you're already collecting it. It's just, you usually, if you have just a 3-page summary of what you think is the most important findings, then no one can access this data, and then we can't even do the comparison for you. So that is just, for starters, there's a lot to win there already without even changing much. So yeah, I'm just going to wait for the questions too.
This is good. I think one thing I'd like to know from you is, are there communications going on where you're saying to the stakeholders who are doing the collections in various markets just what you're saying to us? I need you to tell me exactly what you've measured. Could you tell me what this is? Do you get good responses back, or do you get resistance?
I wouldn't call it resistance, it's mixed results, because it's really more of a question, do they answer at all? So, no, but we do actually, that's what I meant when I said we're making progress, because what I'm mainly doing at the moment, since we can't, they do their next survey in 2 years or something, so right now we can't do anything about it maybe, but what we're doing is looking very closely at what are you already doing, and then give qualified specific feedback on, okay, this is good, we just need to know this. And maybe you can also add one more item, so that we kind of get us closer to having a complete set. And by way of that, we have just last week, I got the results actually from the Ukrainian Book Institute, who did a great survey just this year. Just everyone out there, please note, this country is in special conditions, we all know that, and they can manage to get this done. So just let me put it here like that. So, because of that, and because we've been in very close contact with the people who make this Spanish survey, that they just basically handed me a filled out data sheet and just filled out the shares and gave that back to me. So the one thing I can do at the moment is really perfect comparisons, almost perfect comparison between the Spanish data, which has been collected to inform us about 2022, and the Ukrainian data, which I'm not even sure they've already published their results themselves. So I have this data sheet, and we're of course planning on doing something about it and share this information. But it was really just last week that I got it. So this is one way this can work out. So if you out there are in some way connected to a survey in your country and you're hearing this, please do, if you aren't already, get in contact with us, because that's what we're basically trying to do. Like, give you information on what is the shortest way for you to improve that. So please contact us.
Oh, this is incredible, especially with the Ukrainian story. The fact that they can actually manage this, everybody else should just feel terrible about this. God.
Just one remark. In Germany is one of the countries where there's not such a survey at all.
Really?
Nothing.
Really? Because, you know, we get a lot from the Borsenverein on GFK's surveys. But
Yes,
those
but
are
it's
sales.
only buying.
Yes,
It's only buying.
those are sales, you see. Yeah, I was going to say in the United States where everything is sales, I don't think we have anything on reading. Because unfortunately no one's, I didn't say that, no. But yeah, I can see what you're up against. It's just incredible. Now Christoph, now that you've chimed in with us here, isn't it a question of really needing to go back to what is a book? What are we measuring? What is somebody putting their hand on when they say, yes, I'm reading?
That's right, but the close surroundings of the book, where there might be interesting question of definition what a book is not that much of a problem. The bigger problem in this context is that you can read a lot of other things which are definitely no books, but still the action is reading. And we can come back to the commercial side later, but of course, one interest group of reading results and also reading results from other countries for benchmarkings are cultural institutions or civil society movements which want to make reading a more normal thing. There have been a lot of panels in the Slovenian Guest of Honor program where they talk about deep reading, ambitious reading and so on. And these institutions, if they want to take measures and develop policies to promote reading, then they would have to compare data before their measures and after their measures to have something like a systematic project management. But this is only a secondary problem. The first problem is that the whole reading promotion thing, of course, starts with the idea that reading is a good thing. But reading is a good thing in very different ways. So depending on why you think reading is a good thing, starting with it enables people to participate in society because you can read street signs and at the poll, the lists to take part in elections, all the way to developing empathy, stir creativity, convey knowledge, and all that. And these are all positive effects, but if you want to fiddle around with those, because you want to promote reading, then you would have to know numbers with respect to them before. And you would have to recognize that some of these aims can be achieved, well, it's hard for me to say, but it's true, I think, without reading books. For example, for conveying knowledge, reading a website can be quite as good for enhancing social communication about content. Debating about a fashion blog on your on your mobile can be totally okay, and to get an idea about the classic phase of your culture, listening to a work of art 200 years old while you are running in the morning is also totally okay. So. And only some of the other effects like developing empathy and so on based on studies requires reading long texts and mostly even on paper. So as much as I think that what we do in the working group on reading in Elders Up is a great and important thing, for the purposes of reading promotion, that's not enough. For example, and therefore, for what we do, we have concentrated ourselves on mainly finding out about reading for leisure of books or book-related content. Everything else is also interesting, but probably it will be more the task of a general cultural survey, for example, and it can, of course, not be the task of the book industry to find out how much Netflix series people watch and the like. So, connecting to that, what Ovena said, even if you concentrate on reading books or book-like content for leisure, there's already a decision in there which not every country does in its survey. Namely, for example, reading a book in school or reading a B2B book because it helps you in your job do not count as reading in this sense. But it is the case that the publishing industry and, for example, the fairs and the publishers are most interested in what people do for leisure, because to get numbers about the reading of school books, the use of B2B books also is easier than finding out what people do for leisure. And as Miha has pointed out in other panels, deep reading and reading for leisure is not always, but more closely connected than just getting in some textual input, as this is probably the case with many pupils in school.
Now that makes perfect sense. Certainly a lot of nonfiction reading is probably on a different mental level and a different set of mechanisms perhaps going on. Not always, though. I can see where that could be quite immersive. Where do we go from here? I mean, what is the answer to this? Because it sounds like even with the good work that Ovena's doing, what comes out of it is going to still be kind of maddening and in what it's not capable of showing us. How do we address this? Miha, tell us the answer.
Well, I don't have an answer, but there are some good processes going on. The fact that there is this Eric's project, I think this could be a huge change if everybody who's doing reading surveys, at least in Europe, would use the same, would do the survey in the same way, because in this case we would get comparable data, and this would make much clearer the situation about reading. And there are also other interesting gaps here. For example, when in 2014 in Slovenia we decided that we will do a reading survey, but then we will compare the data which we will get from the reading survey with publishers' data and library loans data. And this way we hope that we'll get more clear picture. And what was a big shock for me was when I found out that even in such a small country, people who do this data, they don't talk to each other. For example, even in Slovenia, you know, where everybody knows everybody. And when we looked more closely to the data, we find out that, for example, that number 12 library loans per head, which some librarians turned into the data that Slovenians read 12 books per year, we find out that in public libraries, people count extension of a loan as a new extension, as a new loan. And from the bureaucratic administrative point of view, this makes sense. But from the reading data, this is absurd. And then I thought, you know, that, oh, this is some stupidity Slovenian librarians are doing. And then I checked this at the International Federation of Library Associations, and I found out that almost everybody is doing this. And another interesting thing about this was that we have, in Europe, we had a big jump in the number of library loans sometime at the turn of the century. But, you know, that's the time when you suddenly could extend the loan by making a phone call to the library and talk to the machine. Before, you had to walk there and do that by hand. And 10 years later, it became possible to extend the loan online. So people do extend the loans more often, and this creates much better library statistics than ever before. But this has nothing to do with reading. So you have to be aware of this data. And of course, when we also looked at the sales data, and in Slovenia, this is a terrible job to do, because publishers hide their data. They think this is their secret, but then we could somehow figure out what is the average price of the book and what's the turnover with the books in Slovenia, and out of this we calculated how many books are sold, and then quite surprisingly we find out that the number is 2 to 3 books per year, what is exactly the number which we got out from the survey. So we consider that this is more closer to the real life situation. And what I would love to do, of course, as this kind of researcher, would be to have similar data from all the Europe, because then, you know, you can learn if you can grow. Because, for example, and this is one of my pains in the heart. You know, we'll in 2014 we for the first time asked, and then in 2019, how many parents do read books to their children in the evening? And we find out that it's about 1/3 of the parents who do this often. This means 4 to 5 times a week. And then, you know, one of my colleagues said, well, that's great, you know. We're quite great. I thought it was less. But then by coincidence, we got the Norwegian data. And thanks God, it was already Google Translate around because I don't speak Norwegian. And what we find out is that the number in Norway is 80%. So, but this was a very useful message for us, you know, because we suddenly find out that there is space to grow. And if we address this issue correctly, we can do more. And this doing more will be good for the culture, for the reading literacy of the entire nation, and of course for the book industry.
That's what we like. Please jump in.
Yeah, I'm going to jump in here because thank you for mentioning that, the comparison, and thank you for mentioning Norway, because as it happens, I've been dealing with Norwegian data quite a lot, and I think what is also important to add here is that the question is, of course, is not only is measuring enough. The first question would always be, what does it help us anyways to know those things? Does it really help us to know that the numbers are low? Is that going to change anything? No, of course not. But it helps us if we look into the details. Then it starts helping us identify specific areas where we have the bigger problem, because we can all agree we never have enough capacity, we never have enough money, enough people working on that, so we have to prioritize where do we want to start putting the lever and start working on those things. And then it makes a lot of sense to identify, okay, we seem to be the only country which has a problem or a dent in the curve here that does indeed help you. And speaking of Norway, the thing is that one of the few things I have been able to do with 7 or 8 countries is create kind of a trend line graph looking at how is this developing across age. So, and in almost all of them we have the phenomenon that the younger people, now today's youngest adults, they are more avid readers than the seniors in the respective countries. So you have a graph that goes kind of down. And in this case, going down is a good thing, because this is not a reader's biography. This is not telling us they're gonna like read less as they grow older. This tells us like 50 years ago things were different, and that's what resulted in less reading activities. So graph going down, in this case, good thing, because you may hope for the average going up in years to come. But speaking of Norway, which for many, many reasons we can take as a positive example, it's the only country so far where this is the opposite, where actually the seniors are boosting the average up because they do a lot of reading, and the younger adults are lower. So what we have to expect in years to come is that the average in Norway is going down. So maybe they have kind of reached the tipping point or crossed like a hill. So to do these comparisons, to gain something from that, that's where we need the details and where we need to be sure that we're looking at the same things. So, sorry, long excursion.
I would add exactly to that. You have now, or we all have talked about the horizontal comparison in the way of benchmarking. That what you mentioned, Miha. But we shouldn't forget that also the development is very interesting, and that's one of the reasons of the problems Ovena has talked about, because many countries, they see our point in what we think should be measured with respect to formats or whatever, but they have done a survey for a number of years, and they would of course like to avoid to lose the sense of the development over time. So what I mean, this is a problem which appears every now and then in empirical social studies. But what you really pragmatically would have to do in this case would be to have two done the survey in two methods at the same year, so that you have to develop or see some coefficients with which you can still compare the results of a new survey with old data. And that's of course expensive, given the fact that a survey like that is certainly 6-digit euros. Then of course the best thing and a very expensive thing is to actually do that. And where did that happen? Of course in Norway. And we are thinking about extending Elders Up with a project where we would like to use economies of scale, meaning to have a methodological idea and maybe even an agency which is ready to do a survey in a country, which would make the single survey cheaper, and to try to get funding from the European Union for those countries which would have to do 2 surveys in 1 year to make the ERICS idea more attractive to them, without then losing the contact to their prior data.
I think that's a great idea. I mean, honestly, it just cries out for centralization. Something needs to be at the center saying, we're all going to do this, get the buy-in. I mean, we need a Reading Data Act to come out of Parliament at this point. We're probably not there yet, but if we could get the kind of thing you're talking about, where everybody was put onto a like thing, and surely everyone understands the problem here. It's just maybe they're not so eager to change, maybe they don't have time, they don't feel like they're resourced correctly. It's pretty laborious stuff, as you can tell us, Sylvina. So I don't know, where is the next step? What do we think is going to happen? Is it this move?
Well, we would try to follow this line up, and we would not having a really large number of European or even European Union countries. But if the number is larger than 3 or 4, which we have now, then this would be an important step, I would say.
This would be great. It's the kind of thing I'd love to report on, because it's something that I think would catch on. I mean, everybody has got to be concerned about this at some point or another when they realize they can't compare what they're doing in their own country to somebody else. You know, that has to bother you at some point. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to add that exactly that's what we are now have settled for, what we are hoping for is going to happen. We just have to get a critical number of countries who work with us on this. Then we can, for the first time, produce good visuals that show you this is the map, this is the bar diagram, whatever you could be on if you join us. And then it will maybe click with a lot of people where they just automatically say, oh, we have a starting point there, we're gonna do it just the way they are doing it, because then we know we can compare directly the data that is already there. And I'm trying to find back to the other thought I wanted to add here, which is and I think any market research institution who has been asked to do this, I believe the first thing they would do if you told them to please develop a reading habits survey for us, because we don't have one yet, is they would start go looking for other surveys and try to kind of find comparable data in the European context, so they can say, okay, our country is roughly, we can compare this to whatever, some actually do this. And then they realize, okay, there is nothing we can compare this with. And so everybody has noticed there is a problem there, and then they continue their own survey, and in the end it's published only in the national language. And like, even though they know exactly what the problem is they are not thinking it from a European, from a comparable perspective. They don't have that in mind. So you actually have to go digging for it and be lucky to find an English translation straight from them, which is then free of more friction that happens through machine translation. So please, the second plea I'm doing today is the next time you're working on your survey, keep that in mind. That's what you want. Everybody wins if you do that. So start maybe by producing an English version where you can make sure that your graphs and everything is labeled correctly and that the machine didn't mess it up. So, and you're the ones doing the surveys. You know best what you did there and whether the translation makes sense that you pick. So label stuff.
In a way, I feel like this is very promising, because I think we are probably headed for a good exercise to see what we can get going. Certainly, I will say, I mean, I will commit to our support if we can do anything in terms of the press to let people know, a call for submissions, a call for people to consider, to join, whatever you need, at any point, I'd like to be of help on this. Do we have a moment to ask if there are any questions from the house? Yeah, and you have something to say?
Yeah, I would
You have a
just
question,
add,
Miha?
no. I would just add one thing. One of the reasons why this initiative for this panel and from some similar panels came from Slovenia, which is a very small country, is because I think especially a small country needs this kind of support. It's expensive to, first of all, it's expensive to produce these surveys, and it helps a lot if you can pick up the survey from the web. And if this questionnaire enables you to produce comparable data, this is just great. And but it would be, of course, even more better if we would have a kind of European book media hub that would do this kind of surveys, and that would also help to standardize the way how publishing and library data are collected with a proper tags. And that's one of the reasons. And of course, as a small country, we cannot understand us without comparing to other countries, and that's why this initiative came actually from us for this book fair. And I strongly second what Ovena and Christoph said about this need of centralization.
I think it's absolutely got to happen. And I hope this is coming. Anyone here have a question or a comment or something involved with this that you'd like to add? Yes, hi. Do you want to use my mic? Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank you for this very interesting panel. As a literature student who's really interested in reading promotion, but also the sociology of literature and translation, I found this very, very interesting. And because Mr. Kovač mentioned the difficulty of obtaining data on what is being published nationally, I was wondering whether this is different in the case of translations. Is it easier to obtain data on translations from, for example, Slovenian into other languages, and then compare this, especially since the founding of the database on translations by the Slovenian Book Agency?
Translations are real pain in the ass. Sorry to be a bit politically incorrect, because it's very difficult to follow them. I mean, we do have data from our national library, of course, which looks at the translations to Slovenian language, and we have quite precise data, how many titles are being translated to Slovenian, and the relationship is almost half-half actually, because in small cultures you translate more. But for knowing what's being translated from Slovenian to other languages, that's really a hard work. And we did this manually when we were preparing from the Frankfurt Book Fair. I mean, we had some data because book agencies supported some books, and of course they knew to whom they were giving money, but many Slovenian books were translated without this support. And here we actually depended basically on the goodwill of authors who sent us these books. So translation statistics is something what is really problematic. We don't know how much money it turns around. You will find out that I estimated this to 300,000 euros this year, but don't ask me how I got to this number.
That's why we love Miha. The honesty is magnificent, isn't it? That's great. Another comment, another question. You're a very attentive audience. I like that. They're listening. Yeah, that's great. Well, I think this has been a great discussion. Do anyone have anything else to add before we finish? And go out in despair for a little while? No, I think we're going in a good direction. It sounds like the fact that this is being discussed and that we have an idea of a way to go forward, that's great, a way to work on it, you know. And I look forward to this because I'm dying to find out just what's actually being read, who's reading it, why, when. You know, as we say, the habit of reading is something we just don't even understand until we can get some picture of it and get past the stage we're at. So I want to thank you all. Thank you, Miha and Christoph and Ovena. It is great to have all of this input. I think it's been a really good conversation. And thank you all for being with us.
No? Oh, right. So, welcome to the panel, How to Recognize and Promote the Best Contemporary Children's Literature. In the next 45 minutes, we will look at some of the main Slovenian, German, and international awards in the field of children's literature and discuss their significance for experts and readers. So today, panelists are Katja Wiebe, the editor for Central and Eastern European languages at the International Youth Library in Munich, which annually publishes the White Ravens catalogs, a recommendation list of the outstanding children's and youth books from all around the world. And the 2023 White Ravens catalog has been just presented here at the Frankfurt Book Fair earlier today. Then Liz Page. Liz was a founding member of the Basel Intercultural Library UKIBU, and Liz joined IBI, International Board on Books for Young People, in 1997 and was its executive director between 2009 and 2022. And now Liz is the current president of the Hans Christian Andersen Award jury, and Hans Christian Andersen Award is the highest international recognition given to an author and an illustrator for the lifelong contribution to children's literature. Doris Breitmoser is the managing director of Arbeitskreis für Jugendliteratur, Association for Children's Literature, and co-editor of the magazine Julit. And the Arbeitskreis für Jugendliteratur is the organizer behind the Deutsche Jugendliteraturpreis, which is the main German prize in the field of children's literature. And the 2023 award ceremony will take place here at the Frankfurt Book Fair in 2 days. And Gaia Kos is a literary critic, editor, writer, and translator that focuses mainly on children's literature. For many years, she has been a member of the expert committee that evaluates books for the Manual for Reading Quality Youth Books, published by City Library Ljubljana, and gives the best the Golden Pear quality mark. So, welcome. And I will start with you, Doris. So the recipients of the Deutsche Jugendliteraturpreis are selected by 3 different juries. So the critical jury awards the best picture book, the best book for children, the best book for youth, and the best nonfiction. And then there is the Jugend jury, which selects their own award winner, and the Sonderpreis jury, which selects the recipients of the Lifetime Achievement and New Talent Awards. So what aspect of the Deutsche Jugendliteraturpreis would you say is the most specific, the most original, and which part of the jury and the award process would you say is the most challenging?
I have to have a look whether some jurors are here in the audience. And I would say no, so I can speak freely. No. Without kidding. It's difficult to say, but of course it's quite unique that young adults contribute and take an active part in a literary award, in a state-sponsored award. And this is the case for our young adult jury. So to me, it's quite unique. They also decide really independently on their own prize winner, and the prize is given. The prize includes a prize money of 10,000 euros. So I think this is really particular, and I also like the aspect that the winner of the young adult jury gets special attention of their peers. And also booksellers are quite keen on their recommendations. So to me, this award has also quite an impact on reading promotion, or is an instrument of reading promotion. And by the way, the young members of the jury, the young adult juries, they are working in 6 reading clubs all around Germany. And while doing so, while selecting their winners, they really grow personally. So I also like this aspect as well. So that's quite originally, and the other part of the question was the challenge, right? Yeah, it's challenging for everyone, especially because all our jurors are working on a voluntary basis. But the jury of critics has really a huge reading workload because they are considering the book production of the previous year, which in Germany means 7,000 books, and that's really a huge challenge. Well, I think at the same time, this jury is also very original because it unites different perspectives on children's literature. So there are critics, there are researchers, there are booksellers, there are librarians, and they all together discuss and select their winner. So I like this really very engaged and lively struggle for the best books, including all people or all professionals involved in reading promotions. Not really all, because editors and authors have no space in our jury. Yeah.
Thanks. Katja, every year the White Ravens catalog brings us a selection of books for children and youth from all around the world. And I'm interested, what are the main guiding points when you select the White Ravens, let's say from Slovenia? And do you, editors for different languages and literatures, discuss your choices, compare the topics, new approaches? And if you do, does it influence your final choices of the recommended books?
Okay. Yes, thanks for the questions. Well, it falls to my colleagues and to me. We're about 20 people. Some are part of the in-house staff and some are freelance workers that work from Greece, from Japan and so on. And we try to pull out new publications that strike us as noteworthy, that we would like to recommend to an international audience. I have to admit that we have only very general guidelines, and this is also true for the Slovenian choices. We choose books that are based on the universal relevance of themes that they address, their literary and pictorial qualities, and their innovative content or design. But of course, with every book, it's the question, what is innovative design? And if you compare it on a global book market, or do you compare the books more on a local level? Is a book innovative within the children's book market of a certain country? Or could you say it's innovative when you look on a whole continent or in different cultures? And so we stick to just these very general guidelines. Yes, and the second question, no, we only very rarely discuss our choices because, yes, we have 200 books that we would like to recommend, and it would be impossible to discuss all of them. We're not like a jury, but it's more like that the group of us is picking, and only when the whole list is ready, we see what the others have chosen, which is interesting for us as well. And so when the White Ravens were launched last week, it's really interesting for me and my colleagues, what are the books of the others? Yes.
Thank you. And it's also interesting for us, I think, to hear how the books that appear in the catalog are actually really, so from first hand, how they are selected. So, Liz, the Hans Christian Andersen Award has been given since 1956. It was interesting for me, this information as well, because it's the same as Deutsche Jugendliteraturpreis, right? And first only to authors, and then from 1966 to illustrators as well. So would you say that the perception of children's literature has changed much over the years? And how is that reflected in the awarding process?
Yeah. I think the perceptions have changed in literature for children and young adults. It's a relatively new genre, historically, and it goes from when it was the books were sort of, and authors were didactically giving them guided reading to now reading for pleasure. I think there's a lot more of that in. The 60s brought a new freedom. And to talk and explore different experience. And this shows in children's literature and literature for young people. It emerged at that time, but stories started to reflect real lives. They began to be broader, the topics began to be broader, and taboos were constantly pushed and broken. So this is, I think, from the 60s to now, and it's growing all the time. Despite these developments, and perhaps because of them, good literature continues to give hope for young people, by especially if they have they give hope at the end. I think that's the most important thing, that it's not all desolate. Like some of books for adults, they leave you with a desolate feeling, but I think for children and young people, they still give you hope, and that's very important. The Anderson criteria have adapted to these, acknowledging these changes. Today, the juries, as Tina was on our jury for the 2020 and the 2022 awards, so she knows exactly. And they do offer ways, and we look at many different salient points in the jury, and we check the categories, the criteria every year. Every jury revisits the criteria and sees what's suitable or topical for them at the time. But they don't really change. They're sort of basically offering, is the work didactic still, or is it not? Does it offer a way to deal with situations without instructions? Does the work engage with the reader without being patronizing? Is there a diversity of expression without the artificial use of culture? I think this is coming more and more important all the time. It's not just, say, for instance, because I know the European market better, Europeans writing about children in India or in Africa. We're looking for Indian voices, African voices. It's a hard task for the jury to assess all the candidates. We have about 60 candidates, I think, this year. 59. I said about. And they have to assess the books for their lifetime achievement, which is not easy. So they're looking at least a selection of 5 books from each candidate, which have been selected as the best and the most descriptive of the candidate's work, and for their continuing contribution to literature in the country. So I think this is how it's changing. It's more and more open and more critical, I think, in a way.
Thank you. So, Gaia, the size of Slovenia and its publishing market enables us to pursue projects like the Manual for Reading Quality Youth Books, in which all the books for children and youth published in the past year are evaluated, and the best get the Golden Pear quality mark, which appears as a sticker on books in most of the libraries and bookstores in Slovenia. And then in the final phase, a jury of librarians from across Slovenia selects the best of the best and presents the Golden Pear Awards in 4 categories. So the best original fiction, the best original non-fiction, the best translated fiction, and the best translated non-fiction. So what do you see as the main challenges of this whole process? And how would you say do the Golden Pear Awards complement other Slovenian awards in the field of children's literature?
So to answer this question, I should probably describe this evaluation process a bit more. But for the beginning, some facts. There are 2 million people living in Slovenia, and we publish every year 1,000 books for children and young readers. So I guess it's quite obvious that the main challenge is this huge number of books. But on the other hand, there are 14 people in this editorial board of this of the mentioned manual for reading quality youth books, which is also a nice number. But because a single person cannot read 1,000 books, and do all the other work, because in that board there are librarians, storytellers, reading promoters, literary critics, experts on illustrations, on comic books, etc. And we are involved in other projects as well. So we are divided into groups which are mainly focused on some group of books. So for instance, one group of people is reading picture books, fantasy and fairy tales. The other group is focused mainly on poetry, board books and realistic novels for young adults. We are trying to read also books from the other groups as much as we can. But we are dealing with this huge amount of books that way. So we are focused, each of us is focused on a different groups of books. But of course, whenever we are in doubt, also people who are mainly focused on other books read a certain book, then we discuss it very carefully, and only then we make a decision. So I believe that every book gets a lot of very careful attention. So the results of this evaluating process are two. The first one is the already mentioned manual. It is a publication that looks like this, and I believe it's a source of very useful information for teachers, for librarians, and also for parents. And the other results are these brochures. This is actually a list of all the books that got Golden Pear quality mark. So it is a list of the very best books for 1 year. So the other question was how are these awards different from other awards? Yeah, there are many awards that a children's book or a book for young readers can get, but either are they focused on a specific group of books. For instance, we have Kristina Brenkova Award, which is focused on picture books only. We have Zlati Repac Award, which is focused on comic books only. Or are they focused on one aspect of the book only, which is most of the time the text itself. But when we evaluate books, we are focused on all the aspects. That is on the text, translation, language excellence, pictures, if there are some, the design, the cover design, etc. So I think that this fact makes these Golden Pear Awards really relevant.
Thank you. So a few years back, I was writing an article about the artists on the Hans Christian Andersen Award shortlist, and I was asking Slovenian editors and publishers, how much do the awards affect their publication lists? And they mainly agreed that not much. But, however, it seems to me that there are some important exceptions to this fact, or to this, I don't know, to this thinking they have, or to the view they have. In China, for example, their interest for the amazing Slovenian author Peter Svetina has definitely reasons. The reason since he was twice shortlisted for the Hans Christian Andersen Award. And recently, Mette Vetso, Danish author, has visited Slovenia when her first book title was published in Slovenian language. And Mette remarked that the White Ravens catalogs that in 2020 included her novel Norhjerteter en Pisker, and in 2022 the novel Happy Happy, have been a great boost for the spread of her works through Europe. So, Katja, what are your observations? How much do the White Ravens catalogs, would you say, help to increase the visibility of the recommended books? So internationally and at homes, and among experts and among readers?
Yes, we only know of well, of very many books, we do not know how they travel into other languages. If we, well, the White Ravens had our hand in that, but we know of some books that that they, thanks to the catalog, have been translated. Like a book from Estonia became translated into Spanish, or a Norwegian title into German, and so on. But we only know of certain titles. And what is interesting that in the times of social media, I think the interest is growing. At least publishers, authors, illustrators are promoting their own books when they are in the White Ravens catalog. And here we can observe when they are doing postings on Facebook or Instagram or TikTok and so on. This is growing, but we don't know if it has a further effect. What we also observe is that the White Ravens catalog has different stages in different countries. For example, one year there were 3 White Raven books selected from Estonia, and then it turned out that that this was on the news in Estonian television, which is really amazing for us. Whereas my colleague who's taking care of books from the US told me that she's doubting that it has effects or that it's being seen very much in the US. She's not very sure about that. In general, we think that the White Ravens are more important for smaller, often independent publishers who have only rarely the chance to be seen on an international book market scene. And so this is what might be one option for them, to have a book presented. Yes, and so this is what we observe. Another thing is, at the library in Munich, we have every year we do have scholars from and researchers from different countries, and they tend to work with the White Ravens as a certain international corpus of books, and so they might take books that they have seen and at the library take that home and maybe take them further to publishing houses. But this is just speculation. I don't know for sure. If that really happens, I hope so.
So, Doris, would you say that the Deutsche Jugendliteraturpreis helps the awarded books to reach more readers? And does it differ from an award to an award?
Yeah, of course I would say so, but it's the same in Germany, that publishers will never tell you what they what they will sell. And publishers often tell us that it's a difficulty for them, that our selection is always considering the production of the previous year. So we will have our award ceremony on Friday here, and at the end the books awarded will be 2022 books. So sometimes publishers say, okay, that's too far away, the books there has already been the new production and so on. But we give them these golden and silver plaquettes on the books, and there we get hints that at least when a book is nominated or awarded, there is very often a reprint going on. And I think that's interesting, and we check that there are several books from the awards history, which is quite long, still available. I dare say that the award maybe is creating kind of long sellers or keeping the books for a longer time on the market. Also because the books are used in schools and get kind of, they are read in schools as well. But I think it's not only our, well, I think it's it's not our main goal that publishers will sell their books, but it's kind of more the idea of giving a guideline to families, to also to young adults, and to create awareness, because I think that the awards, every award, is kind of raising creating more attention for children's literature in general, which is still in many countries an underestimated genre, whereas every reader has to start with children's books. So I think that's really a very, very important part of awards as well. And our award is not a booksellers award, but it's an award given from the government, and it's really, our aim is definitely to give guidance and to make clear that reading is something very important, and also defining our society or civilization. So I think that's a huge impact as well.
So Lies, authors and illustrators are nominated for the Hans Christian Andersen Award by national sections of IB. And then the international jury selects the artists on the shortlist, which usually combines an amazing range of diverse voices, and finally chooses the two winners. So what are your experiences? How much additional recognition do the nominees, the shortlisted authors, and the two winners get among expert public and among the readers?
Also a difficult question.
Yeah, I know.
Because this is an international award, so we don't know what goes on in many other countries. But we always hope and try to engage with the public and the readers and people working in the field. Each nominee has a profile in our special Andersen issues of Bookbird, which I hope you all know. This is one from a while back. I have you. Support to see everyone. Oh, it's okay. I need one of those things. Everyone has a page, photo, a page, example of a book who's profiling. The 2024 issue is going to the printers any minute now, maybe while we're talking. I don't know, it's on its way. So I bought a couple here if anybody wants to see them. But that's a very good way. And over the years, we, must be 10 years ago now, we made this book, which highlights and profiles all the winners from 1956 to 2002. Both of these ways bring the winners and the nominees to the public. They're available online. You can get them online and download them. It's quite a unique and a valuable resource, these, for anybody working with international children's literature, because there's very few places where such a high quality of nominees can be found in one place. And if you look back over the years, you'll see how it has changed over the years. Who are the new winners? Who are the artists and the writers who are now being chosen and nominated? And I think they're very good resources. You can also go to the IBI stand at 3015H1526 to see these. You can see them and buy them, I think. Anyway, IBI uses more social media, like everyone. We're using more and more social media to highlight the candidates. And once the shortlist is announced, which will be in January next year, we'll be concentrating on maybe making mini films of the shortlist, promoting it more on social media, maybe interviews, bringing them to the attention of as many people as possible. The winners are announced at the traditional IBI press conference on the first day of the Bologna Book Fair, which next year is Monday the 8th of April. So I hope you'll all be there. And the winners' books will be on display at the fair afterwards. So then you can actually get into them and delve into them. And we also have dossiers which you can really read into. And these days we have a QR code which you can download the dossier for yourself and read it. But it's fascinating to see these things and how they vary from around the world. Say we've got 59 nominees this year from, I think it's, am I right, 33 countries? 33 different countries. So you can see the state of children's literature in 33 different countries, and it's really quite very, very interesting, actually. they'll be here. The books will be here on display next year in Frankfurt as well. So you'll be able to see them then, the winners' books and the shortlist and nominees' books. For every award, IBI looks at different ways of promoting the winners, encouraging our member sections to promote their candidates, especially those on the shortlist, and even more, especially the winners. But like Katia says, we don't know how much further. We know that some winners are really suddenly on the scene and everybody likes them. For a few years ago, we had Roger Mello, the Brazilian winner, and now he's everywhere. And the same with Susie Lee from 2022. She was also very well known around the world, but I think this has helped a lot. And interesting over the years that, like Doris said, the winners they're still there, and you can still get their books. So it's really fascinating how this works, and in mysterious ways, but they do work, and they get known.
Just add the larger scale as well, because I think the White Ravens and also the Alma and also our German award, which is international, they have also this aspect that the children's literature, the literatures of the different countries, they are inspiring each other. And in this way, we are growing, we are moving forward. We could really see this in Germany after World War II, when there was basically no children's literature left. And there was all this, there were so many rich productions from other countries that inspired and made regrow a production. And I think that's really an aspect, and it's also great that we are from different countries and are sitting here together and are inspiring us. So that's also the idea of EBI, and I just wanted to add this.
Thank you. So, Gaia, many of the books you have edited have won the main Slovenian awards in the field of children's literature, as well as quite some of the international awards or being on recommendation lists. And your picture book, Don't Forget the Title, was among the 2022 White Ravens. So how do you see the role of the awards, be it Slovenian or international, from different points of view? So as an author, an editor, or as a reader?
Well, for me as a reader, the fact that a book has been awarded means that it's probably worth reading, because the mere fact that a book has been published is, of course, no guarantee of its quality. I think that we all know that, because some books don't even have editors. Some books have careless editors, and so on. So, at least at the beginning, I trust the jury. And I will take awarded book into my hands and read it. And then at the end, I will decide for myself. For me, as an author, it's a sign that I'm obviously doing something right. And it's always a nice motivation for further writing. And for me, as an editor, again, it's a sign that we are doing something right, and happy authors make happy editor, and happy publishing house, and happy authors return to the editor with new ideas and new texts. So it's always a happy occasion when one of our books is being awarded. And there is also another aspect. The more awards our book gets, the more points we get when we apply to some state subsidies, for instance. So this is also an important aspect of the awards, I think.
So I have one more question for you all to end with. So to some extent, I would say the carefully selected awards and recommendation lists already serve as great compasses for readers and windows for authors and publishers. But what more do you think can be done to increase their visibility? Perhaps we can just start with you, Katia, and go on.
Okay. Yes, one possible option might be turning those award books or the White Raven list books into an exhibition and let them travel to other countries, to other cultures, so that many children, many people just see those books and go through them. It doesn't depend if they understand language. At least they understand maybe the language of the pictures, of the design, how the book looks like, and this might be also true when experts see those books. And so traveling exhibitions might be one point. For the White Ravens, I can say we do send those books away. I think today, as you also said, the presentation online is important, so that that the books or the information about the books is accessible for many people. And so this also means that the language those information is written in might be English, or a language that very many people can read and understand. Yes, and maybe like these events, keep talking about those books might be another option.
This is a big question. In an ideal world, of course, if we had more funds and more money, I would like to see being able to see more promotion, such as sponsored tours of maybe the shortlist and the winners, or just the winners. Grants for translations into other languages. Traveling exhibitions, as you said, I think they're very useful if they go to the right places and they're free for people to see, and they're for long enough for there, and they have a good catalogue with them. Meanwhile, we have to promote in the traditional ways, and as well as through all the digital avenues we can find. But in an ideal world, as we believe in for children, we would like to see more travel, more exposure of the authors and the illustrators, workshops maybe, things like that. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Well, I think for all these ideas, we always need strong networks. And in Germany, for instance, we are lucky because we can rely on our members of EB Germany, which are about 60 institutions and 260 individual members, and they will include our selection in their activities. This is a very important point, and we also had good experience in training professionals and reading promoters. We are providing kind of practical concepts and ideas in seminars, how to include these books in the daily work, in the library, in the bookshop, or in school, for instance. And this is something that showcases that awarded books, they are not only high-level books nobody can reach out for, but you just can have fun with them. You can implement them in an easy way in your reading promotion. And I think the clue is the network.
I think there should be done more in the field of media, at least in Slovenia. Television is on my mind right now, for instance, and social media as well. But not only book bloggers, but I think that maybe the institutions or associations that are behind a certain award should direct other influencers as well and offer them some materials and just remind them that they can spread a good word about good books as well, not only about hairstyles or shoes or whatever they usually promote. So maybe that's also one way of that we will reach a wider group of people and readers.
Thank you. Speaking about the media, how well is it covered, for example, in Germany? So the Deutsche Jugendliteraturpreis or the White Ravens, for example, is it covered in media? Does it appear on television, for example?
Well, I would say that the media could improve in living up to their cultural mission. And include also childhood and children, because, as I said before, it's always writing for children, publishing for children, awarding books for children is kind of always this low-level thing we don't have to consider so much. But, well, we made the experience that it's easier to get on radio, for instance, with children's literature, than television. That's people who would like to attend our award ceremony on Friday. There's some information. This is the info I wanted to give you, and you will see that this is really a huge event. It's an event with 1,500 people, and it's the second biggest event at the book fair. And it's not only for quantity, but it's so hard to get to television. If you are lucky, you get kind of 15 seconds in the news, in the evening news. That's kind of the thing we could achieve or we could reach out for. But it's really hard and it's a pity, but maybe it's not so bad in these days because, as we all said, we are creating our own content via new channels, and that's maybe our chance.
Thank you. Thank you all for your answers and also for all these great ideas. I think there's a lot we can still work on, and how can we still bring these beautiful books to more and more readers. So thank you, and thank you, listeners, and see you on the book fair or some other occasions.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is our pre-last event in on this stage. We will be followed by Slavoj Žižek show at 5 o'clock here, so we will have to disappear at 4:45 to make space for the biggest event of today here. But before we start, we leave the stage to others. We will do a short debate on the question, what is a book? At least in the circle of people who are sitting on this stage, Adriaan van der Weel is there actually, but Rüdiger Wissenbart and Angus Phillips and myself, we did quite a lot of thinking about this question. We wrote a few articles, academic papers together about this, and last year Angus and I published this short book titled, Is This a Book? And the answer to this question is, well, maybe, I would say. And in this book, we try to define the book, and very simply put, we found out that this is quite a difficult question. And as a second important point, I think, now I'm talking from my perspective, then you will do it from yours. The second important thing which we find out is that we use the concept of the order of the book, which Adriaan van der Weel developed in his book Changing Our Textual Minds. And we actually find out or point out that this order of the book is somehow disappearing in the way that the book is not yet the media of knowledge and culture as it used to be once upon the time. What we will want to do in this panel is to discuss a little bit how can we understand what the book is and why it matters, and to briefly introduce other panelists. Angus Phillips is director of Oxford Center for Publishing Studies at Oxford Brookes University. Rüdiger Wissenbart is a publishing consultant, and once upon the time he did the same job as I'm doing now. He was the curator of Austrian Guest of Honor program 25, 30 years ago, long time ago. And Ted McIlroy, coming from United States, Ted is working on the intersection of technology and publishing, and he's writing very interesting column about a blog about the things which we will discuss today. But let me start with a very simple question. What is a book? And perhaps, Ted, can I start with you?
Should I grab a microphone? Good afternoon. You can hear it? Is it working? Yeah? Oh, great. That's easy. Answering the question, what is a book? At lunch today, I told the people who I was dining with that I would be speaking on this panel, and I told them that the question would be, what is a book? And the first response I got was, who cares? And I was taken aback by that, because we all care about it very, very deeply. But it reminded me of the fluidity of the changing container. And I often refer to the bookish container. And I think we're all looking at that container and deciding that this thing that we've always decided was a book, it still is a book, but it's no longer a useful definition to say this is a book. And so we're in an open playing field now. Enough for me.
Okay, well, if I might answer to the question, who cares? You know, I need at least two institutions. One is tax authorities,
yes,
in those countries where lower VAT is applied to the book, and some crazy publishing statisticians, because if you want to do publishing statistics, you want to know what you are counting. But I will leave the microphone to Rüdiger here.
I have a very simple answer. A book is a container for complex content.
Does it have to be a container? It has to have boundaries.
Yeah.
I will go into the detail later.
Okay.
I was asked for definition, that's my definition.
Okay. Angus?
Well, if you read the book, you'll find in more detail our definition of what a book is. But Adriaan, Rudiger, and Miha and I came up with the book as an information architecture. So we recognize the architecture of a book, and it involves long-form reading. So reading is an important part of the definition. And we go on in the book to develop a model around the book, which we'll probably talk a bit more about in a minute. But it's quite a slippery customer, the book, as we shall find out.
I would disagree with the aspect that necessarily a book includes reading as a concept. I stick to my phrase, container, complex, content.
Okay.
Well, one of the questions I had when I was thinking about this on the train on the way here, why was comic books not included in your discussion when you prepared Is This a Book?
Well, we looked at outliers such as colouring books, and again, we can talk about that example. A colouring book is a book because it takes advantage of the tax regime of books, but it's not a book that involves reading, and there's no reading involved in there, but we're quite happy to accept colouring book as a book because publishers made lots of sales from them over the years. So, but it's, the tax regime encourages outliers to come within the frame of the book.
Rudiger, you said the book is container for a complex content. Why is this not a book then? Why is this an iPad? I mean, there is a lot of complex content in there.
That's a good question. I wrote a piece quite a few years before that debate that we had. And let me quote just a very short sentence out of this. It was a piece called Ripping Off the Cover, and I referred to, quote, a shift of paradigms from the book to the library, from the container to the format, from individual items to linked bodies of content, and from individual readers to communities of users in networks. That answers your question. That is a library and not a book, the iPad. It says there is a transformation that goes beyond the container, but it changes everything, starting with what publishers are doing. Publishers are used to produce a product and serve and sell this. And what I see, this was written, what I quoted, this was written in 2008. The year before, in 2007, two important things happened in my understanding. One is that Amazon introduced the Kindle Reader and, very important, Kindle Direct Publishing, so the service for self-publishing. And the other new thing in 2007 was iPhone #1. And I was looking at these things, these three things, the Kindle Reader, e-reader, the Kindle Direct Publishing, and the iPhone, and I said, wait a moment, that is bringing a fundamental change. And I guess if you look around today, there are lots of books as containers. They are valid, they work well, but they are embedded into much other stuff which are not books, because they are not the same thing. They are not containers, and that transforms directly what is the work of the vocation of publishers, as they less and less produce just products, books, and more have to transform themselves into service providers, providing services to access containers and other stuff, libraries, etc. And that is a very fundamental shift from producing products to providing services. Last point, you have a very close analogy in software. Software started to be coded and then delivered, and then at one point, a little bit at the same time when the iPad and the iPhone and the e-reader and self-publishing were introduced, software was more and more turned into software as a service. And I think something very similar is happening to books and publishers.
Just one question, and then I'll leave you alone for a while. You said book is a container with a complex content. Why is that not a DVD with a movie, a book? Because the DVD is a container, a flat one.
It's a different container.
Okay, but in this case,
no pages.
You have to define the container if you want to.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, but I just you see, just to start the conversation, I thought the shorter my definition is, the better.
So, Ted, I mean, you are sitting in the United States, where the tech development in publishing industry is very likely one of the fastest. So, would you agree that publishers are becoming service providers and not anymore the container producers?
What I'm seeing in the United States is a big resistance against the move towards the provision of books as a service. And I think Europe, in fact, is far ahead of the United States in thinking about the provision of books as a service. The Americans primarily look to protect the existing business model for as long as they possibly can, with ever diminishing results, but they are not willing to abandon it.
Can you abandon this diminishing business model in order to achieve better results with another business model? Because if that would be the fact, the logical business decision would be, oh, okay, here is no more money, I go there. But don't you think that people don't see any money in this new business model?
But that's the perfect question, really, because as long as you continue to say this is the book, then you have to preserve the model.
This is maybe the book.
Right. But the American publishers are, saying, yeah, this one, maybe the e-version, maybe the audio version, those are the books, and that's the end of it. And as long as you continue to say that, then you have to protect the business model. When you read this book carefully, as every publisher should do, and embrace the provocation that's in your wonderful book, and then you say, okay, perhaps it is time for us to really open our minds to this question of, is this a book? Because that will expand our business model. If we talk about Wattpad, as you love to do, and as I love to do, they missed multi-billion dollars when they said Wattpad is not a book. And that was one of the biggest mistakes in modern American publishing, was to ignore that development.
When Steve Jobs launched, I think it was the iPad 2, and he demonstrated the solar system app on there, and Faber called it a book. And I said, why are you calling it a book? And they said, we can charge more for it if we call it a book. And that's the book business model, that you can take content and you can package it up as a book and you can charge for it. And it's meant to be quality content. And so, yeah, that's how we can differentiate a book from a text online or a manuscript in someone's drawer, is that it's part of the book business model, and then you'll get, publishers are creating value out of it.
That's good.
Just for my understanding, so your definition of the book says you can charge more for it.
It's a business model that works for publishers. That's why the American publishers don't want to abandon it, and that's why, yeah, for authors it works as well. I mean, the works that I have that have been sucked into huge databases, I get very little royalty on those, and actually selling single copies benefits authors as well. So that move to service is definitely happening, but yeah, you have to think about the disadvantages of it as well.
Yeah. Nope, good.
So another question comes from your statement that publishers made a big mistake not recognizing Wattpad as a book. Why did they do this mistake? And how could they recognize it as a book?
It was incredible. I watched it from the beginning with incredulity, because the founders of Wattpad said, what was your idea based on? And they said, Charles Dickens. That was the idea behind Wattpad. The serialization that Charles Dickens had done was the inspiration for Wattpad, and everybody somehow missed it. I think because Wattpad came up through the tech stream. And in the US, the tech stream is very separate from the publishing stream, and the people who work on the tech stream, I've always said publishing is very technology averse, and Wattpad was tech heavy. You had to have an understanding of technology that most publishers don't have, and they missed it. They just missed it. They drove right by, and there goes Wattpad. Didn't see it.
But if you look into history, modern narrative writing very strongly started as serialized writing in the 19th century. Yeah? Charles Dickens is a very, very valid role model because it started with magazines distributed in the 1840s with huge print runs in a very old-fashioned distribution system. Yeah, you mean, remember, carriages, not cars, not internet. Yeah, and that's how modern publishing, modern literature, modern narrative business models started. So I think just saying, now for a few decades we found something more profitable, and now we insist that this is the model until the end of the days, because for a little while it gave us a little bit more cash, is fairly short-sighted. Again, I'm not saying this is the end of the traditional book. It's transforming. Okay. And there are many different things coexisting.
But also, to create value publishers, we need to draw in the ebook and the audiobook to publishing, because book publishing wants to make money out of those as well. So it's important that our definition of the book expands to cover those two areas. And what's interesting is that when we tried to measure books originally, in countries they measured book production, so how many books were printed. They didn't know how many were sold or read. And now we have consumer data, so we can talk about how many books are actually bought, but we still don't know how many books are read. But if you look at ebooks and audiobooks, you start to get usage data, and we can start to measure what people are reading and how much they're reading. So there is a step there that we haven't taken yet because we don't have access to all that data. But there's some quite interesting things that could be explored around that, I think. And obviously Wattpad has that kind of information, and Amazon has that kind of information.
I thought the two of you made an excellent point in your book where you looked at the history of ebooks, and you looked at all of the attempts that were made to get beyond the bookish container with the ebooks, and you looked at the various attempts to do, extended, adapted ebooks and to add multimedia, and the complete failure of that, which remains one of the more interesting moments to me in publishing history. Why did the extended ebook fail? And I think your exploration and discussion of that is very, very valuable. But then when we go on to audiobooks, suddenly the extension of the conception of what is a book we get a little bit of a glimmer there when we start to see how publishers are reimagining the audiobook, bringing in multiple narrators and sound effects, and turning it more to what cinema, perhaps? And then we come to this notion of convergence.
That's, I would say, another interesting question. I mean, is this still a book? Because it's quite obvious. Nobody of us will object if somebody does an audiobook in the way that a typical printed book is read by a human or by a machine, and machines are getting better and better in this. And you would say, yes, this is an audiobook. But what if I do a podcast telling a story of my life instead of writing a biography and publishing this on a Spotify? Is this a book or a podcast?
I mean, that was one of the interesting things. We had reviewers read the book before we published it, and one reviewer said, you can't talk about podcasting in the same book as a book. It's got nothing to do with books. And we said, yes, it has, because this is publishers missed a trick that, they were late to the podcast party, and now we have theatrical podcasts, we have narrative podcasts, we have audio first, where, you know, publishing could have been doing this for years, and other players have gone into the market now. So we have to, we have to expand our horizons in publishing so that we can encompass some of these areas. And to think that podcasts have got nothing to do with books, when podcasts are selling books by the shed load now. If you get on one of the big podcasts, your book's going to sell. So, I mean, the interconnection is very clear.
There's a very interesting aspect of at the intersection of print books, e-books, audiobooks is a holy grail for publishers. Can we sell one of each to the same person? And they will all die and go to heaven the day that happens. And so far, you know, we've seen none of the person who buys the print book is willing to die on the floor right here before you take that print book away from them. The ebook person says, no, I've given up print, it's old-fashioned, I don't need that, I've got my Kindle with 400,000 books on it. And then the audiobook person says, oh, I've never read a book, but I love these audiobooks. But we as publishers, you know, and why I think it's so entrancing to imagine that we could enhance the format is, can we bring in that broader audience if we can extend each of those bookish formats and make them more valuable than any one of them could be, but it hasn't happened.
But is this still a book business? I mean, this is publishing, obviously, but is this still a book publishing, or is this a totally new world, new business models, new guys on the field, eating a little bit of bread from classical publishers, but not publishers anymore? Good.
Off to you.
We need to add one term, and that is publishers as gatekeepers. Yeah. This was, if my knowledge of history is correct, a little bit involved in the turn from the magazines, which were not curating, but really serialization. So very close to what you have today with podcasts or many other things, into the publisher who says, I know what is valuable enough to be turned into a book. Yeah? And that was what made more money. Assuming that role of the gatekeeper. But that is exactly what is changing, or what has changed in those 15 years since the introduction of self-publishing, etc., that you have, it's absolutely legitimate, certain cases, lots of cases, where you think, oh, that's valuable to have a gatekeeper, and you have so many other things where you say, I don't care of a gatekeeper, because for some reasons, I want to listen to that podcast in a different model. Access, I have a subscription to Spotify, and now I want to listen to this or that. Yeah? But these, and therefore I don't believe from all of history into conversion. It's different things that can legitimately and also commercially coexist, but they are different things.
Okay, so we have all kinds of everything here, let's say, and I have a very simple question. How to do publishing statistics in all this? Which obviously we need if we want to know in which direction our business is moving. And this is actually the question for the three of you.
Yeah, well, this is where we start to need a definition of the book. And I mean, we used to have the ISBN, it was quite easy, and but of course, lots of books are published on Amazon without an ISBN. And so you've got to decide what belongs in the book family and what's going to be measured. And I would recommend bringing in ebooks and audiobooks, and then you've got that intersection with podcasts. You've got to be absolutely clear about where that intersection is. And I think some people define an audiobook as something that started in print to start with and then goes into audio, but that seems to be a rather more limited definition, because you might well have a digital first audio that you then want to put into print, and I wouldn't want to rule that one out. So yeah, so I think you've got to have the book family, and for publishing to be successful, we need to include different elements in that book family. But there is the very thorny problem, since statistics are measured in different ways in different countries, and it's a big job to try and grapple that all to the ground.
This man, has spent so many years trying to get this answered. It's really your question.
I had a conversation earlier this afternoon with someone who has quite good insights into some market statistics, and who said, well, we assume that self-publishing in the US alone has revenue or a market value equivalent to $2 to $3 billion. Two things. That is roughly the size of Penguin Random House in the US, which we are missing in all those ISBN-based statistics. Yeah? There is a Penguin Random House out there, embraced by consumers, making lots of money, two authors, which reasonably we cannot really count with the same tactics that we apply in our book statistics. What I suggest is there are two different things that coexist. Yeah? So we may better not say we have one parameter and that is what we count, but we say we are confronted with different things, not one soup, but a salad bowl where you have leaves of lettuce and tomatoes and onions. And you can think about one salad bowl where you have tomatoes and onions, and you also can say, and there is another salad bowl where I just allowed the leaves, the green leaves. Yeah? And that brings us further, rather than saying we need to squeeze everything under one identifier.
And by, just a sec, that by self-publishing, you mean electronic ebooks and printed books?
Everything that is, I don't make a difference between print and digital reasonably at all, because I think, again, this is not easy to cut in two parts reasonably. What we, in that conversation, understood as self-publishing is everything, as we mentioned here, Kindle Direct Publishing, Wattpad, all these new things, comics, I mean, webtoons, yeah? These are streams of narrative, visual, animated content on the phones of the kids.
Is it a book? Yeah. When in the United States, the most revealing transitional technology is self-publishing. If we say that we're being too radical to think of these forms of the book that are esoteric, let's just go with self-publishing versus traditional publishing. And as you point out, you know, the estimate $2-3 billion, we have a few data points that we can look at. And the Amazon Kindle ecosystem is very, very revealing because the data is hard to get hold of. It breaks into two parts. The one part is the sort of traditional model that Amazon has, where you can publish an ordinary book through Amazon, which can be either print or digital or audio, all three, and those come through with a traditional royalty model, albeit with a far more generous royalty model than we're used to seeing in traditional publishing. But the either, to me, more radical aspect of Kindle publishing is this KU, the Kindle Unlimited, and that's one which is really a book as a service, essentially, model. And the royalty is not based on a percentage of the cover price, but based on a total pool of pages read. And once a month, Kindle announces how much money they're contributing to the authors in that pool, which is currently about $50 million per month. So $600 million per year in what are author royalties reimagined. When you think
just the royalties, not the turnover.
Just the royalties. And so then underneath that, a huge amount of revenue.
Just to put this number to the Slovenian context, the yearly turnover of Slovenian publishing is around 60 million. So that's where we are.
And this is just the royalty is 10 times that. Yeah, it's extraordinary what we're missing underneath the surface. Very hard to pin down, though.
Yeah. But if we are missing such a big amount of publishing, self-publishing from our statistical radars. And actually, if we have this fluid situation in which textual media are changing from one format to another, does it still make sense to have lower VAT on the books?
Yeah.
To maintain the lower VAT on the books, or because this is a very European question, I assume. So,
my point is yes, very much so.
But on which objects?
You came up in our debates back in the time with the US Postal Service, yeah, which has a special tariff for shipping books. Yep. Yeah, you pay less for 500 grams of book in an envelope that you send to someone as compared to 500 grams of screws. Yeah, and that's okay. I think that's practical. Saying these containers have a symbolic value, and we can explain this, and that needs a certain support. For instance, reduced postal fees, reduced VAT, you name it.
This means that the same book in printed format is has lower VAT, but if you move the same book to the e-book, then you lose this lower VAT, and that's something what we were fighting against in Europe.
Here I'm at the end of my wisdom. Yeah?
Okay, Angus.
Well, no, interestingly, in the UK, there's no tax on the printed book, and during the pandemic, the tax on the digital book was removed as well. So we have 0 rate on. So on that basis, the e-book is also a book because it's taxed in the same way as the printed book. The argument over the audio book has not yet been won, but it benefits publishers, it benefits readers, and we have to stress the value of reading in society, the value of books in society, and maintain that low tax regime.
Okay, but to what? Lower tax regime to what?
Well, we know, because there isn't tax on the printed book, there isn't a tax on the e-book.
Okay. Well, at the beginning we mentioned reading, and you had some objections about including the reading into the definition of the book. And historically speaking, actually it was reading which was the reason why books are taxed. The taxation of books is lower, because reading is a way how we access knowledge, it's the way how we broaden and deepen the vocabulary, and this was the reason why authorities decided, let's say, 100 years ago to introduce lower VATs on books. So if we abandon reading from the definition of the book, shouldn't we abandon lower VAT on the book? Now I'm talking as a text authority guy.
No, we should not, because in what you are emphasizing, when you say that brings value, that is very closely linked to education, yeah? And education deserves support. I guess that is easy to argue. And for that reason, I would be in support. I mean, I know, and that's why I'm said, here I'm at the end of my wisdom. You will not, I guess, you will not succeed to build a 100% anti-tax liberalism proof model. Yeah, you will have some gray zones, which that is politics also, where you need to say, I want to have that, and then you can have a fight and others are against. That's okay, that's politics, yeah, in a positive sense. But I guess the education is as important as reading to define that or to describe it.
Anybody if you wants to add something to this? No. Okay, then I have one more very speculative question, again for the three of you. My question is very simple. How do you expect that AI will change publishing and book landscape? I know that this is the same as I would ask you in 2010 how smartphones will change our lives. And your answers would be very likely wrong, but still nobody will remember this discussion. So let's speculate a little bit.
It's been wonderful fun to be alive in this era of AI coming into the book publishing industry. I haven't had this much fun in 20 years. And it couldn't be more exciting to take up this question of the book against the intersection of artificial intelligence. And we're just seeing publishers beginning to grapple with it. We're seeing authors grappling with it separately. I'm working with publishers who are trying to internalize the technology, and whenever we bring it in at this early stage, it does come up against, is this a book? And AI seems to keep saying, no, I want to tell you a book is something different. And I think we're going to see some tremendous redefinitions with AI coming into the industry.
Well, yeah, no, exciting times. AI can read books for us, it can write books for us, it can write books to order, it can translate books from any language to another one at will. And so, yeah, I mean, a fundamental challenge to the whole publishing industry, fundamental challenge to the business model that we describe in this book. Because how do you recompense authors if their content has disappeared into a huge database and spewed out as a new novel in another form? So yeah, I mean, the big implications, but in terms of a definition of the book, yeah, I mean, if it's written entirely by AI and read only by AI, is that a book with no human? We don't like to think so, but potentially it could be.
I played with a thought experiment when these protests by authors, which I think are justified and reasonable, but complicated, when they appeared. You know, authors saying AI is reading our books, absorbing the insights, and charging for repurposing them, and that's unfair. Yeah? And I thought, wait a moment, thought experiment. I am a student. I go to a university, perhaps even a public university where I do not need to pay fees. I absorb knowledge from the teachers who have their educational teaching materials from books, but they will not be able, reasonably, to charge us for what they copy-pasted and condensated and reworked in their teaching. I absorbed this, and then in my doctoral thesis, I turned that into another book, which is published by a good publisher. And if I want to read it, I have to pay that book. So wait a minute, isn't that a very similar repurposing as compared to what AI is doing? Of course, by intuition, I say, yes, that's different because there is a company and not a student, and why would they charge me afterwards, and I didn't consent that a teacher is turning, etc., etc. But the thought experiment, I think, makes it clear we are standing here on very shaky ground. The second thing is simpler. I guess, I mean, I'm in no way near being an expert on AI. I tried to understand a few things. And I realized that in many things that we use today on a daily basis as a routine, in the background, AI is running and helping that. If you do a Google search, that is linked to AI running in the background, giving you results based on what Google knows about your routines, etc. And I learned from one AI researcher that these researchers assume almost in anything that is digital, in the very near future, some kind of AI will be involved. So I expect, without knowing, that that will be very much every day, and you know much more about this, and it will be rearranged very much of what we are doing when it's connected to knowledge, education, entertainment, etc.
There's no going back. We're not going to be able to reclaim, put this genie back in the box.
I read in Wired magazine that you can get a bot, AI bot, to attend meetings for you, and I was thinking, well, if everyone at the meeting is an AI bot, is that a meeting? Do you need some humans there? And so maybe with a book as well, we need to start thinking that it involves a human reading it and a human intervention.
You know, yeah, but in this case, if the bots can go to meetings without us, then this means that we have a lot of meaningless meetings. That would be my comment, which should be abandoned. But, you know, as an old conservative in this situation, my answer to you would be that if you want, I still believe that if you want to use AI, you need to have something in your head. A stupid person can do just stupid things with AI, but a smart person can do a lot of smart things with them. And the main question still remains, how do we become smarter? And here, as a Slovenian, I have a bit conservative answer. I think that we still need to read the books, long and complex books, if we want to do smart things with our tools. And AI is still a tool, hopefully.
It's a tool.
Yeah. But to do a little bit of advertisement, on Friday at 4 o'clock, we will have another discussion here about AI with Naomi Baron from United States, who is actually sitting at the back of this hall, and with Maja Lund, a Norwegian writer, and we intend to discuss the creativity of writing and AI and all these kind of interesting things here.
And also the session on AI and translation.
Oh yes, that,
on 1 o'clock Friday.
Yes, that's another interesting issue. Can the machine do better translations than
Not
humans?
better, but
yeah. Okay, so we have a few more minutes. So my question is there any question or a comment from the audience? Yeah.
Hi, thank you for this really interesting panel. I was just listening to you, I was just wondering whether the book is the same thing all over the world, because you've been talking a lot about Anglophone contexts, but you're from Slovenia on the Slovenian pavilion, so I was wondering whether in smaller book markets or smaller literatures, the book is actually the same object or thought of in the same way as it is in the big book markets.
Just one reply from my side. Regarding these smaller book markets, one of the very interesting issues is to what extent these small book markets are actually part of the global Anglo-Saxon market. Because at least to my knowledge, which is, let's say, based on an educated guess, knowing Slovenian book sales, I would say that at least 20% of Slovenian book market is in English. Not written in Slovenia or produced in Slovenia, but of course consumed from this global content which we have available. And today we had just one very interesting panel with two Slovenian writers who doesn't sound Slovenian because they use pen names, but who are actually quite successful in Anglo-Saxon book markets, written books in English and pretending that they are actually English. So this is another cultural shift which actually take place because of digitization. It would not be possible, this shift to happen without all this content being accessible online. You want to add something to this?
When I heard your question, the thought that came to my mind was, my God, how provincial we are in the United States. We represent, statistically the largest market, and yet our view of the book from a world perspective is provincial. We see it only the one that's in front of us and can't illuminate an answer to that question.
One of the interesting questions regarding this publishing statistics is actually how what kind of percentage of US book market is actually international? Because a lot of sales via Amazon goes actually to Europe and to China and to other parts of the world. So your perspective really is provincial, actually, regardless of the fact that you are very much global. Do you want, any of you two want to add something? Rüdiger, you're also a provincial guy coming from Austria.
Of course, yeah. And my answer, not my answer, what I can say is very much based on that, being a provincial guy. You confused me at first deeply with your question, because I thought, why should that be a different object in Slovenia or in Austria as compared to New York City? And then it kicked, because earlier today here, on the other stage, we had a little debate about subsidies for book publishers in small markets. And that comes a little bit back to your argument about that being a good trick of making more money. And Slovenian publishers and Croatian publishers argued very clearly, a good print run for us is 400 copies sold. No way of commercializing this successfully, because production cost and administration, etc., will be higher. So we need subsidies. And that makes a big difference between a Slovenian book that you can not for which you cannot, on average, find a commercial way to release it, and Oxford book, which has an audience that is potentially worldwide among academics or educators in whatever field it comes from.
Yeah, I think that opens up lots of interesting questions, like the value of library spending in smaller markets. Is it helping publishers or hindering publishers, for example? And the subsidies for translation, how are those decided upon? And the kind of you need a whole network, which we see here at Frankfurt, to try and get books to move across borders and in different ways. And so we're part of this today.
Thank you. Angus Phillips, Rüdiger Wischelbart, Ted McIlroy, thank you for being part of this panel. And
thank you for having us.
And we stop here. Thanks.
unschlüssig, muss ich offen sagen, wie wir damit umgehen. Deswegen habe ich gedacht, vielleicht fangen wir mit ein paar Sätzen dazu an, dass Slava noch ein bisschen was dazu sagt zu gestern, wie er es wahrgenommen hat. Und dann gehen wir langsam über zu den wirklich wichtigen Fragen, die in diesem Buch zum Beispiel verhandelt werden.
Und nur das, kein schlechter Witz. Um klar zu machen, ich kann nicht Deutsch sprechen, aber ich verstehe Deutsch. So, Sie können Fragen auch auf Deutsch stellen, nicht nur Englisch. Ja.
Genau, wenn dann am Ende noch Zeit bleibt, aber wir haben ja früher angefangen, deswegen bin ich guter Dinge, dann ja, können Sie auch noch fragen. Ja, Slavoj, hast du mit diesem Eklat gestern gerechnet, als du die Rede geschrieben hast, oder hat es dich überrascht?
It's not a joke what I will say. I absolutely enjoyed it. You know why? Because I had to that anti-Semitic Politkommissar. You know what was my spontaneous answer to him, but I didn't want to say you. Very brutal. It was, if a person like you were not to attack me, I would be offended. I mean, extremely aggressive, because, as I already said 1 hour before, I really mean it. This, you know what, I already said, but some of you were not down there 1 hour before. Now, remember that gentle lady who at the very end said, aber ich hasse, but I hate the word aber. It's clear what she meant, like you unconditionally condemn Hamas and with no aber, as if aber, or even to say the situation is complex means anti-Semitism. No? But I found this a little bit strange, because first you have all this shitty poetry about this is a place for dialogue, for different opinions, and then you have the prohibition, not formal, but there, of the word aber. Sorry, dialogue begins with aber, a polite dialogue. You say something, I say, I agree with you, basically, aber. But, and this surprised me a little bit. The second thing, I don't know if I mentioned you 1 hour before, which is very important. Do you know that this same speech, the text, appeared on some marginal sites already, blah, blah, and the most of the hate mail that I get is from rather anti-Semitic left side. Their idea is, how dare you attack Hamas when what they are doing is just anti-colonial struggle. It's rough, but it is anti-colonial struggle, basically. So, not to drag your time, all this gives me a deep trauer, sadness, and a deep satisfaction. A deep satisfaction because a philosopher whom I really don't like very much, Jean-Paul Sartre, said, if for the same book or text you are attacked from both sides, it's one of the few reliable signs that you are on the right way. And I think especially this is true here. Why does it make me sad? Because, sorry, I will be very brief repeating what I said down. This is why this shocked me. You know that all, I repeat, underline it 3 times, parts which were considered problematic, Relativierung or what, I didn't want to lose time with quotes. They came either from big, mega Western media, Newsweek, Time, and so on, or from many quite rational Israeli politicians, like I mentioned down Ehud Olmert, even the 2 Ehuds, Ehud Barak, and so on. And that was my point of the speech yesterday. Aber doesn't mean Relativisierung. Aber means, for example, at this level, would you also prohibit studies on Hitler? My God, no. If you study Hitler, it doesn't mean now I understand him in the sense of secretly sympathize. It's even worse when you study it. So please, I would love to hear it. Counter-attack me where you think that I was in any way relativizing it. I just mentioned the basic fact that under Israeli control now, there are, if you combine Gaza, Eastern Jerusalem, West Bank, and over 1.5 million Jews in Israel, pre-67 Israel itself, there are 4 million Palestinians. I hate many of them. It's not, I don't know what, but isn't it absolutely clear that something is to be done with them? They live for, I think, from the Yom Kippur War, for half a century. They live literally in a limbo state. It's not even clear where they live. Somebody call it occupied territories. For Israel now is the larger Israel, and so on and so on. And where I really did draw a parallel, which is so sad for me, I will tell you one more sad thing, and with this I will conclude, is that, you remember I quoted yesterday Ismail, whatever, the boss of the boss of Hamas, who said clearly, brutally, go out or we will kill you, you don't belong here, all this land is ours. Well, something uncannily similar, although in a much more polite way, said the Israeli government, this government, I still believe absolutely in the majority of Jews, where when Netanyahu government took over, they officially declared a list of principles. The first principle is all the land traditional of Great Israel, and then they counted. The present Israel, West Bank, Negev desert, of course, Golan, and so on, belongs literally, I quoted, exclusively and only to Jews. Sorry, what about, is this, my God, an anti-Semitic question or what? What to do then with 4 million non-Jews who are there? I'm not saying celebrate them, and I totally understand Israeli secret services. If you listen to my speech yesterday, I admire them, almost, no? But because they are, as always, secret services are often a force of moderation. You know why? Under socialism, I remember. Because you have all those blah blah politicians and poets, I cannot, who do their blah blah and so on. But secret service is the instrument of oppression. But at the same time, it was the only agency which knew the truth. What kind of oppression, where is the resistance? So no wonder that, are you aware of this, that Gorbachev was in the line of, he was a pupil of Yuri Andropov. He was in the KGB line, KGB line. So for me, what is happening now in the Middle East, now I move to a more moderate, general level, and don't be worried, today I will still give you a word later, yeah? We live in what I call a time of unholy alliances. What do I mean by this? Let me tell you, do you remember, that's the tragedy, what went on a couple of months ago in, I think, not Rwanda, Uganda. The parliament passed the toughest law probably in the world, maybe not, I don't know, against homosexuality. If you are caught in homosexual act, the punishment is usually death. And I did something that not many people did. They have newspapers in English. I went and checked. You know, it was the main justification, like Putin, that the struggle for trans rights, LGBT, feminism, for homosexuality is a form of Western colonialism and imperialism. So they strictly, isn't this horrible alliance? This to posit the limit like this, how to fight this. And as somebody who is nonetheless, in some sense, pro-Ukrainian, I also find horrible here in Deutschland, aber auch also at other places, this alliance between extreme right and many on the left, this anti-Ukrainian alliance. This, I think, is something so horrible. What will be at the end of this road? And with this, I will conclude. I'm sorry if you know the story, but this is depressive. You will, I hope, not laugh when I say this. 2-3 months ago, I was at a round table in London, at my place where I teach, well, whatever, give 2 talks a year, that's what I call teaching, Birkbeck School of Law, and we had a big debate, 200 people, about what goes on in South Africa. And in a totally benevolent way, there were 2 dignified old black ladies there, old ANC fighters for independence, and I asked them a simple question. In the Western media, I read how, again and again, how South Africa is at the level of collapse, blah, blah. And I said, what is your answer? Should I believe the Western media or not? And one of the ladies gave me the saddest answer I can imagine. She told me publicly there, but I don't want to pronounce her name, who knows what can be the consequences. She said that the predominant Stimmung, atmosphere, among the poor black majority is, yes, you will hear me correctly, is nostalgia for apartheid. They said the standard of living for poor black majority was the same as now, maybe even a little bit higher, but because South Africa was a police state, there was basic safety and so on. Now, corruption is much worse, plus violence, especially violence against women, is exploding there. For example, you know that South Africa is one of the record countries of rapes per capita, and even for me, an old cynic, this is depressive. A special forum, it's already qualified as a forum, it has a proper name, of rape is that while a man rapes a woman, he either strangles her or cuts her with a knife. It happens around 2 times per day in whole of South Africa. Now, this is for me, if you ask me, a mega problem of the left. And, sorry, give me 2 minutes. That's my problem with cancel culture. I'm not against it. I mean, against its goals. But you know what happens? What happened to me yesterday? Which is, cancel culture fights for diversity and inclusion. Perfect. But didn't you notice how there are practically, apart from empty phrases, equality, blah, blah, no positive models? All they do is canceling And they especially like this narcissism with small differences, you know. Like, we are both anti-racism, but I would say, wait a minute, you used an expression which can be understood in a racist way. That's my reproach to cancel culture. It is not a tool to build a larger solidarity. The so-called third world is here much stronger, efficient. That's why I admire Iran, not the Ayatollah, but that big movement after that Kurdish girl was killed. They did something that we in the West obviously are not able. What began as a women's protest developed into a global protest movement. Ordinary people, even some enlightened Muslims, they all joined. That's what we need today. And this is what the left is supposed to do, but no, the left and even the right now are systematically destroying themselves. Systematically. What is now so fashionable?
Lass mich kurz.
Okay, I will allow this brutal neo-fascist intruder to stop me. Okay.
Also, ein wenig Kontext möchte ich dazugeben. Er hat vorhin mit Jagoda Marinic auf der ARD-Bühne schon über das Ganze...
I call Jagoda Marinic, for those who know Slovene, strawberry from the sea. Because Jagoda means in Slovene strawberry and Marinic is Marina Sea. Sorry, go on.
Also das heißt, da haben Sie schon über die Rede gestern gesprochen. Deswegen, wenn er sich bezieht auf vor einer Stunde, der meint hat, dieses Interview. Das wollte ich nur noch mal sagen. Dann das andere muss ich klar machen. Wir haben immer so einen kleinen Deal. Ich bin öfter mit ihm auf der Bühne und normalerweise ist am Anfang sagt er, du tust jetzt so, als stellst du ein paar Fragen. Ich tue dann so, als antworte ich. Aber du wirst dann keine Fragen mehr stellen können, weil ich rede die ganze Zeit.
Nein, das ist eine schmutzige Lüge.
Eine schmutzige Lüge, genau.
Ich bin immer für den Dialog.
Immer für den Dialog.
Aber spät Platons Dialoge.
Genau.
Weißt du, wie ein Mann spricht alle Zeit und der andere sagt so jede 10 Minuten, beim Zeus, so ist es.
Genau, ja.
Das ist deine Rolle.
Genau, am Ende wird er mir dann für die vielen interessanten Fragen danken, die ich gestellt habe und zu denen er jetzt leider noch nichts hat sagen können. Außerdem ist sein Spitzname Fidel Castro.
Mein?
Ja, hast du mir mal gesagt.
Ja, aber nicht wegen Politik.
Sondern wegen der Länge der Rede. Also
Fidel kommt und sagt, ich bin hier für 5 Minuten und dann
5 Stunden.
If you are lucky, it's 5 Stunden. Ja.
Also von daher, das wird jetzt hier auch so stattfinden. Ich tue mein Bestes. Ich fand das jetzt eigentlich ein gutes Ende, weil wir sind von der Rede gestern aufgekommen bis zum Fehler der Linken. Deswegen dachte ich, ich könnte da mal rein.
Bitte, ja.
Und sagen, ja, nee, okay, jetzt würde ich mal so eine Frage stellen, inwiefern du das Gefühl hast, dass diese Art, Debatten zu führen, ja, die jetzt... Also unter Cancel Culture fällt ja wahnsinnig viel. Ja, das ist dann, und es wird immer gleich geschrien, das ist Cancel Culture und es ist manchmal schwer zu verstehen. Wieso ist das gerade so ein dominantes Problem? Also warum taucht es überall auf? Warum ist es so ein Problem, was ehrlich gesagt auf der linken wie auf der rechten Seite zu beobachten?
Wie auf der rechten. No, I'm not a right-winger. The right is even worse. But I don't know if I mentioned this yesterday. I'm now really talking to you. You know where this suicidal self-destruction of our culture is at its worst? The right, who claim Christian tradition and so on. Oh my God, did you read what happened a couple of months ago with Mormons in Utah, Salt Lake City? A group of parents wrote a letter to the school, pure Christians, demanding the Bible to be prohibited. The Bible. Because they say it's too violent, too much sex, and so on and so on. So I find so horrible. Why? Because it's so patronizing. It's the same as with, I will give you an everyday example. You know, where I see white racism. In this way, if I use a dirty word, you know, then some white liberals, never black people, they're my best friends, tell you, but are you sure this will not offend black people? They treat them like children, as if they don't have the sense of irony, and so on, you know. And permit me, and then I will stop. These are my black friends. A big name, you know it, but I'm embarrassed not to tell the name. Once I spoke with a well-known black public figure, and we were joking. And I told him, trigger warning, it's the worst tasteless thing that you can imagine. Is it true that you blacks not only have long penises, but can move them on their own? So that if you have a fly here, you can pump. You know what was the result? He stepped to me, embraced me, and said, now you can call me, I will not pronounce it, the N-word, N-I-G. And this is how, and imagine, this is for me true friendship, this absolute trust. The message is simply, we are such good friends that even talking like this cannot destroy it. That's missing for me there. Now you will say, but how do you know that you didn't offend the other? Yes, sorry, this is a bad joke. Let's put it beneath here. Ask yourself frankly, can you imagine a true friendship without occasional exchanges of obscenities? For me, and don't tell me this is Eurocentric, when I was in Shanghai, there was an official, blah, blah, respectful debate. Then I told dirty jokes. Then my Chinese friends returned with jokes of me mixing sperm, shit, urine, unimaginable, and we became friends. Now, my solution is not, let's just all talk dirty. My solution, my belief is, and I will now stop, I will not lose your time with it, that maybe, and I'm not kidding, this is one of the hopes for the relationship on the West Bank between Israelis and Palestinians. The best jokes that I heard, not about the other, but about themselves, were from Israelis and from Palestinians. This works, it changes the atmosphere, and it, don't you think that this cancel culture is so much penetrated with a spirit of suspicion, distrust, and despair? They cannot formulate a project. Adorno said, no, not the dirty thing, said once that the really good film, you know, when there was the time of so-called Hays Code, all censorship prohibitions in Hollywood, worse than in Stalinism that time, he said that a really good film would have obeyed all these prohibitions without being forced to. I would say a really good friendship would use all the vulgarities, but in such a way that it would have been absolutely clear to both sides that they are not meant in that way. And to answer to your question, I'm not blaming this for the crisis of the left. The causes are deeper, but I rather see cancel culture and so on as a desperate attempt to change the issue. Instead of fighting real radical problems, exploitation of women and all that, slavery even, for example. Do you know how much slavery today still exists? No, we talk, are you he or she or they or whatever. I am for all these things, but it sabotages the real struggle, which must be an encompassing struggle. And that's the genius in the United States, for me, of Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders said something ingenious before Trump was elected. He said, stop worrying about getting to other side, the middle of the road Democrats, you know, this who will get them. He said, no, our true target should be those poor people who otherwise vote for Trump. And can this be done? He did it in Vermont up there. Precisely people whom you would expect to vote for Trump voted for him. But I'm really sorry, I'm becoming too much Fidel, so please.
Nee, ist okay, weil bleiben wir bei der Linken. Was ist denn da passiert? Dass sozusagen der Fokus von diesen sozialen Problemen, für die man sich ja traditionell auf der Linken eingesetzt hat, hin zu diesen Identity-Fragen, zu diesen... was ist passiert?
I really want to be short here also, because I don't have a good answer. But I think, now I'll say something horrible for some of you. The big tragedy was what everybody celebrates, 68 and so on. Did you notice how all the big programmatic points were ideally incorporated into the system? One of the student debates demands there in 68, I know I was young there, was against these bureaucratic, alienated state universities, practical education. Yes, now we got that, but in a slightly different form. No bureaucratic universities, which means good state universities where you get general knowledge. No, it's practical knowledge, manager tests, manager courses, and so on. The next one was against this serial work in big factories. Yes, now we have precarious work and this work which is much worse. Sorry to go into a little bit of a Marxism. Why? Because I think precarious work is the most ingenious capitalist invention. First, it treats formally you, let's say you distribute food or whatever, as a precarious worker, as a small capitalist. They always emphasize these companies, Uber and so on. We are not capitalists. You own your own means of production. We just bring you together with potential customers. So you are formally much more free because they cynically tell you, imagine you are a small capitalist. You invest money that you earn either in a better car, in holiday with your family, in health insurance, but you are free to choose. At the same time, you know what the ingenious thing about precarious work, this type of that you don't even perceive the one who exploits you as the enemy. It's just competition. The enemy is like if we were both drivers distributing food, I would not attack them. I will try in the night to put needles into your bicycle or whatever, no? So so it's the same again with education, with this sexual revolution. Okay, nothing against it, but it was so ideally appropriated by the establishment, whereas some intelligent feminists, and many of them are intelligent, especially female feminists, they put it so nicely that for most of us men, sexual revolution means, oh, fine, sorry, don't take it personally. Today with you, tomorrow with you, free exchange and so on. That's why I almost think I'm becoming unfashionable, that maybe against sexuality, love should be rehabilitated. Because I am against polyamory. You know why? I spoke with dozens of people about it. And the only rational explanation I heard is that, well, I have different needs. For different type of women, I spoke with men, so I love you for this, you for this. Sorry, I'm here an old European metaphysician of love. The moment you reason like this, it's not love. In love, you never fall in love for this reason. Love is not a comparative accountancy. You say, I like your hair and your legs, I like your voice, I like your ears, blah, blah, blah. Ah, you have 2 points. Okay, let's fall in love with you. You know what's the paradox of love? The same as that formulated by Kierkegaard about religion. You don't fall in love for a reason. Once you are in love, you discover reasons. They are visible only once you are already in love. Another thing, I will finish, that I really hate, just negative things, is many of my people cried when they saw that 2 years ago, January 6th, whatever, when the mob stormed the Capitol, no? They said, but what is going on? We should be doing this, the left. No, sorry. Now the right overtook us in obscenity, brutality, and so on. And now you will disagree with me. But why not appeal to people? And that's, I think, the achievement of Bernie Sanders. I had links with him. Unfortunately, he is old. You know this much abused term of moral majority. I'm tempted to say, sorry, we, the rational moderate left, we are today the only entity which has the right to use the term moral majority. Just compare 2 persons, Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump. Donald Trump is not a conservative at all. He is, in his acts, the most obscene postmodernist that you can imagine. He makes ironic jokes of himself. He is obscene, breaks all the rules. And if there is something that you can say about Bernie Sanders, is that he is the embodiment of, in the real notion, moral majority, common man, decency, and so on. Here, the left should begin to think seriously. My proposal is stop with all this bullshit. You know, left, subversive, violence, and so on. There is enough of violence in the world today. But is this possible? Now I will do something shocking and then I will end. Here I see Nika Kovač, a leader of a popular, I don't know how to call you, popular movement of resistance. She does precisely this in Slovenia with incredible success. Not the dividing speech, this, are you with us or not, but patiently, like one of her triumphs was to organize for public health care or whatever, and without provoking unnecessary conflict. Think in these terms and we are not lost. Remember, if you measure progressiveness in this brutal sense of 68, destruction, subversion, and so on, sorry guys, the right took this over already from us.
Das ist ja so eine Art Inklusion eigentlich, was du jetzt beschreibst. Also nicht konfrontativ.
Wahre Inklusion.
Okay, wahre Inklusion.
Cancel inclusion where, you know, I used in one of my texts, you see how much word I give to you, I allow you, yeah? I used, I think, a nice paradox elaborated by my friend who will arrive tomorrow, Alenka Stantić. And she is, I warn you, she is the top. Like, usually people associate our Ljubljana school with me and Mladen Dolar, who is also there. And then an idiot asked us, who is better, you or Dolar? And I wrote 2 circles, Mladen Dolar, me, with a small intersection. And I said, this intersection is Alenka Stantić, who is... And she used for also cancel culture a wonderful example. You know that classical joke. Are there still any cannibals in your tribe? No. Yesterday we ate the last one. So isn't this cancel culture? Are you still any people who are excluding others in your group? No, yesterday we excluded the last one.
Okay, es ist schön, dass wir im slowenischen Pavillon sind und du die Kollegen erwähnst, Mladen, Dolar, hallo. Am Freitag werden die drei zusammen auch in der Universität hier zu sehen sein. Sozusagen, das war jetzt der Werbeblock. Ich will nochmal auf die Linke zurückkommen. Und im Grunde genommen war das nicht dann dieser Umweg der Linken? Also Bernie Sanders ist ja aus deutscher Sicht ein klassischer Sozialdemokrat. Ja, so. Also
Sorry to interrupt you, but you know what's the problem? And that's our situation. To be today a classical social democrat is already unbearable for the system. That's our problem today, I think. But what I would only add is that, yes, what does, for me, social democracy, the proper one, mean? It means something very simple. We have liberal values. We don't despise them. Freedom of the press, blah, blah, whatever. But a socialist should be just not relativizing these values. I'm not saying in the Stalinist way, these are just a superficial formal freedom, we guarantee real freedom. No, you should ask the question to really exercise these rights, to freedom of choice, to freedom of opinion, press, and so on. There must be material conditions for this. For example, right-wingers, I don't know how it is here in America, won against Obamacare because their argument was it takes a choice from you. Where the choice was, do you have basic health care or not? For me, at least, to have an elementary form of health care is a very condition of freedom. Without this, it's a total catastrophe if you become ill and so on. So that's for me authentic social democracy. Yes, all the, under quotation marks, bourgeois freedoms, but, sorry, but create material conditions from them. Free education, healthcare, and so on. But where do I go a step further? To provoke you, but not in a bad way. That's why often I use in my text the term Kriegskommunismus, war communism. I think that in the desperate situation in which we are in these days, there will be emergency states. There will be new viruses, ecological catastrophes, migrations, and so on. And sorry, at that point, it's absolutely urgent. That's what I ironically call Kriegskommunismus, to organize more obligatory forms of international cooperation, not a world government. That would be ultra-corruption. I'm not an idiot. But with this, I will conclude this answer. You remember that was an awakening moment for me. Do you remember 2 years ago, summers, I think, in that part, Southwest Canada, Northwest California, Seattle, Vancouver, temperatures were up to 50 degrees Celsius. It was hotter than Emirates, Arab Emirates, and there. And you cannot say, oh, people should take care. No, those parts were pretty good with standard ecological politics. The problem is deeper. We know that the entire circulation of air in the northern part of the north of our Earth is deeply disturbed. Now, There is no way to solve this with local cooperatives and so on. International cooperation is needed. Second thing, I spoke with my good friend Jean-Pierre Dupuy, the best theorist of catastrophes, who was in Fukushima 3 days as a special delegate from Europe after that terrible earthquake, blah, blah. And he told me that for 1 day, the Japanese government thought they will have to evacuate at least 30 million people. They didn't then. But things will happen like this. Where do you evacuate them? Either war, in the old days they went to war, or international cooperation from a rational standpoint. The solution is easy. Just jump across the sea to far Siberia of Russia, where they have more than enough land. But for this, more obligatory global cooperation is needed. So I am here even pretty much of a pessimist. I think what we are doing, that would be my answer to your left, is what I like to do as a card-carrying, well-known obsessional neurotic. You know what's our specialty? We are hyperactive not to achieve something, but to prevent something to happen. Like when I was in psychoanalysis, I knew I was with the Lacanian, sessions were never longer than 5 minutes. So I talked all the time. Why? Because I was afraid if I stop talking for a second, the analyst may ask me a really hard question. But isn't something similar going on with this big movement? For example, 2 years ago, or when King Charles was still Prince, Glasgow conference against global warming. It was all like this. Big statements, blah, 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 without any consequences. If you want to see ideology today, cynical ideology at its purest, that's why I would bomb them, I oppose them. Castle Venice, the big biennales. I always look at their program. Extremely anti-capitalist. We know we are part of imperialism, blah, blah, blah. And as such, they function perfectly in today's global capitalist system.
So, jetzt kann ich kurz einhaken, weil wir sind schon fast am Ende und ich möchte jetzt eigentlich...
You use now the metaphysical notion of linear time.
Ja, natürlich, genau.
Nicht natürlich, das ist Metaphysik, which is part of patriarchal domination and so on. Okay.
Ja, aber vielleicht können wir die Metaphysik der Liebe so ein bisschen umdrehen auf die Metaphysik der linearen Zeit. Ich wollte noch mal kurz auf einen Begriff in dem Titel dieses Buchs, damit ich wenigstens ganz kurz den Zusammenhang zu diesem Buch hergestellt habe. Wer sind die Nicht-Verwirrten? Wer sind die Nicht-Verwirrten? Kann man überhaupt nicht verwirrt sein in dieser Zeit?
Here I will say something totally naive. The problem is the opposite. Maybe I'm wrong. I expose myself to you. How to be properly verwirrt. Okay. Because, you know, verwirrt, properly confused or what for me, is that you fully, shamelessly address the confusion, the deadlock of the situation. That's why my lesson yesterday was not, I have a clear answer. All intelligent people that I know in the Middle East said the only way to solve the problem is to begin with the fact that it's practically unsolvable. And then you look for compromises. There are different forms of Nicht-Verwirrten. On the one hand, the biggest form is, of course, conspiracy theories, no? They have the same structure function as Antisemitism für Nazis. Die Verwirrten waren in 20 Jahren, the confused were ordinary Germans. Economic crisis, what they saw as moral crisis, everything was falling apart. And then Hitler came and offered them a consistent story. In English, this functions wonderfully because the word plot means at the same time plot narrative and plot like complot, you know. And the first duty of us theorists is to make people doubt the predominant plots. And I would say that even those who claim that they admit the confusion and so on don't really go to the end. What we have today, you will see now that I know a little bit of German, no, is this is still Zweifel, not, and Hegel draws this wonderful distinction between Zweifel and Verzweiflung. Zweifel is, I look around, it's not clear, but me, I am here. Verzweiflung is when you are asked, you are put in question. I think the first thing to do here is this. That's why, to really conclude, I often use it, you don't have it auf Deutsch, but the French have it, and we in Slovenia even, I discovered, have it. You know, in French they have two words for what is to come, future. Futur and avenir. Future is the same shit goes on maybe a little bit differently. Like you are now an editor at Fischer. I can say you will be also the future editor, even if you are the same. But if you say tu es l'éditeur à venir, it means next one. So I think we have to accept as the good news, there is no future. And that there is no future means we have to abandon solutions which leave the world basically the way it is and just play with small aesthetic changes here and there. Only there is no future opens up the way to what is to come, to avenir. So even here, and I refer now to Mladen Dolar, he developed this, even here, there is too much, even in catastrophe theories, there is too much optimism. They tell a nice linear story, so the world will end, and now I will answer your other question, Mehrlust, you know. Although we depict a catastrophe story, we do it, this is one of the greatest fascinations, to imagine catastrophe. No wonder so many big Hollywood blockbusters show that's the ultimate dream of Americans. White House exploding because of aliens or whatever. When I say no future, also exclude these false pessimist visions, which are really just brought to the end the continuation of what goes on. So precisely with all our openness and so on, it's very difficult to imagine a different type of things to come. I will repeat here the motto that I stole, I admit it, from my friend Frederick Jameson. Today, what is the lesson of all these stories, post-apocalyptic and so on? That today it's easier to imagine the end of the world than the end of capitalism. You know, that's where we live.
Das ist ein tolles Schlusswort. Ich danke Ihnen, dass Sie hier waren. Also wenn Sie sich verwirren wollen, empfehle ich Ihnen dieses Buch. Ja?
Um den Anschein der Demokratie zu bringen, können wir nicht so eine Frage lassen?
Ja, Sie haben gesehen, wie das mit den Fragen so läuft hier. Also wenn Sie eine Frage stellen
so that the
müssen.
journalist will be able to say with the lively participation.
Ja, genau. Also genau.
So on.
Wer möchte denn eine Frage stellen, die Slavoj dann in seiner Weise beantworten wird?
I was not
ganz hinten, ja, ein Mutiger.
Bitte, kommen. Do we hear you? Sorry. Ja.
1, 2, 3, okay.
Okay.
I want to ask you, why do you support left-right narrative when the...
Sorry, which narrative?
Left and right. You're talking about left and right, but the Jewish capital is behind both. Behind left and right in USA, when we were talking about. The Jews are behind left and right part in USA. Republicans.
First, not that I'm very...
You're talking about left and right all the time.
Yes, because I still think, that's my problem, and I know many arguments apparently speak against it, but I still think that, okay, as a punishment you will get a dirty
You see,
joke.
you have no answer. Yeah,
I will answer.
You're only a puppet.
Yeah, I still think that the left and right to which you refer now, yeah, blah, blah, yes, but what do we have a solution to blah, blah? Tell me. Yeah, but I doubt this is... I find this problematic not because I am not critical of the Jews, but look at the structure of world capital today, and you get many other groups. Do you know, for example, that in United States today, on average, of all the people, Cuban immigrants surpassed the Jews on average wealth. No, I know. I think, you know, I don't have any problem, as people saw yesterday, with criticizing Israel and so on. I'm just saying that to put the blame on the Jews is a way to obfuscate the immanent antagonism of our political system. The problem is not the Jews have the money. The problem is the social system where you have, to put it pathetically, the rich and the poor and so on. Second thing, who is the rich American left? The corrupted Democrats, now I will be sharp, who invented political correctness and all this to prevent true popular mobilization. That would be my brief answer.
Ja, der Herr, der die Frage gestellt hat, ist schon gegangen. So ist das mit dem Dialog. So ist das mit Publikumsfragen. Ja, wir sind jetzt, also ich meine, wir müssen uns darüber verständigen, weil hier unterschiedliche Veranstaltungen stattfinden. Also wir haben schon 5 Minuten.
But the center of known universe is now here.
Okay.
So fuck the others, bitte.
Okay, dann noch eine Frage.
Wie Sie wollen. Sorry, law? Yeah. It may shock you to the end. Yeah. Because whenever, and that's why I was so attacked for that text, the leftist plea for law and order, I think that lately there may be specific situations, of course. I'm not talking about, sorry, third world, some third world countries and so on, but today I am a pessimist in the sense that violent popular uprisings achieve nothing. They, as a rule, almost always bring to power the extreme right, plus those who suffer most are the poor. I mean, I'm not a stupid idealist. You know what's my stance always? Did you see, sorry, I'll repeat myself very briefly. Did you see the movie V for Vendetta? I wrote something, maybe some of you know, of which I'm still proud. I said, in plastic terms, so that you can understand me, I said, I would have sold my mother to slavery to see the movie V for Vendetta Part 2. Because at the end, people win the end. But what will they do afterwards? I am against this notion, beautiful revolution, Tahrir Square, Syntagma Square, 1 million people. For me, the true measure of revolution, social change is how will ordinary people feel the change the day after, as you say, after being drunk, when life returns to normal. That's what we should be fighting for. It's very easy today, Trump is doing it, others, to mobilize people. But what does this mean? What does this mean? What will the consequence be? And that was the underground, I'm glad you made me to bring it up to what I told you about South Africa. You know, look at the day after now. And what I'm afraid there is that the new black elite, which collaborates quite well with the old white rich elite, will be tempted to play the Robert Mugabe game. And instead of confronting their own corruption efficiency, they will retell this old story against which I am opposed, although there is a moment of truth in it, but not the key. Things are bad because the whites secretly still dominate the economy and so on and so on. To play this game, this is why, just to conclude, I will go to the end. I am more and more Eurocentric. Today, did you notice how everybody is against Europe? Latin America left, Putin, Trump, name it. But what I think that now precisely that Europe is in decay. It's nonetheless, why do so many people come to Europe? It's not just economy. They still secretly maybe believe that Europe stands for certain values like human, women's rights, ecological chance, justice, and so on. So, and that's why I still, in spite of all bullshit that it's doing, like the idea, not the reality, of European Union. It's a wonderful idea of bringing people together in a larger than single state unity to coordinate the actions. If this sounded utopian, I will tell you, ja, warten Sie eine Minute, dann können Sie I still, I'm very much a pessimist. Why? Because you can call me a utopian here, but what I'm so afraid is that if a miracle like this will not happen, then who knows? Maybe we are lost. I disagree with the terms of Yanis Varoufakis' book, Techno-Feudalism, but you know where I agree with him. That's the horror. Today, the global system is no longer the old capitalism. It's already changing into something new. I would not go as far as Varoufakis, but I would have said that capitalism is supplemented by a new neo-feudal structure where the predominant form is not profit but rent. So I agree with Varoufakis here. Basically, capitalism as we knew it, it's over. The problem is, sorry for using the word, some kind of socialism or neo-feudalism.
Jetzt ist 6, jetzt müssen wir Schluss machen. Ich danke Ihnen, dass Sie hier waren. Wir könnten natürlich länger so weitermachen, aber jetzt kommen noch andere hier auf die Bühne und wir müssen rüber.
Ja.
Genau. Okay, ich danke, dass Sie da waren.
Danke Ihnen.
Und, ja.